Chapter 1. Before I update, let me ask you a small question. Based on the first two chapters, can you guess who the protagonist is? Chapter 2. After the Peloponnesus War began, the two sides fought each other. Most of the time, Sparta dominated on land, while Athens dominated on the sea. Even when they were defeated by Sicily and Athens, Sparta could not force Athens to surrender because of their inferior navy. To defeat Athens, they had to first defeat the navy of Athens. However, whether it was in modern times or ancient times, the navy was a technical force that consumed a lot of money and resources. Sparta was a poor city-state with poor commerce. It could not produce a decent navy to compete with Athens, even if it collected donations from the Peloponnesus alliance. So, Sparta finally made the decision to ask for help from Persia, an old rival of the Greeks. Persia, who had been suppressed by Athens at sea, was of course more than happy to ask for help. So, the two sides reached an agreement. With the help of a large number of resources from Persia, Sparta quickly built up a large navy. That was how Lysander, the general of Sparta, wiped out the navy of Athens in the Battle of Ram and finally forced Athens to surrender. Nearly 30 years of war affected most of the Greek city-states. The economy was in decline and the people were displaced. At the same time, thousands of Greek soldiers were dismissed from their positions. They were used to fighting and were unwilling to transfer to a peaceful profession. For example, Crilcus was a typical example. He was even exiled by Sparta because of this. At this time, the king of Persia was seriously ill. As his second son, Cyrus the Younger, who was also the commander of the western region of Persia, had been responsible for Sparta's cooperation and had a good relationship with many Greek generals. He knew the strength of the Greek infantry. Out of ambition for the throne in the future, he gave some Greek generals a lot of money, hinting that they would hire these soldiers and maintain the army until he needed their help. 3 years later, in 401 BC, the king of Persia died. Cyrus the Younger began to take action. He summoned these Greek mercenary leaders to lead troops to join his army, deceiving the Greeks that he was going to attack a rebel force in Asia Minor. In fact, he was going to overthrow his brother, who had just ascended the throne of Persia, by force. Many of these Greek mercenary leaders knew the truth. He didn't tell the Greek soldiers the truth until his army entered the hinterland of Persia. By then, the Greeks had already joined his chariots and had to follow him to Babylon. Chapter 3. You will notice that the units of length I used in the novel are the current standard meters and li. In the future, you will also see that the units of weight are the gene and the land area is the mu. It's not that I don't know the measurements of ancient Greece, but first of all, the measurements of ancient Greece are more chaotic and not uniform. Secondly, if I use them, I will need to convert them, and you will not immediately have a clear idea when reading. You will also have to look at my annotations. This is time-consuming and laborious, and it is easy to get out of the novel. So, you can just take it as I have directly translated from the original text. As for time, this is not a problem. The ancient Egyptians had long divided the day into 24 hours. As for currency, it would be a joke if this were to be changed to the current currency units. However, because there were many cities in ancient Greece, the currency system was a bit messy. This novel uses the Attic currency system, which is the currency system of the people of Athens. The opal is the smallest currency unit, and above it is the drachma, stunt, mina, and talent. The approximate exchange rate is 1 drachma equals 6 opal, 1 stunt equals 20 drachma, 1 mina equals 5 stunt, and 1 talent equals 60 mina. You should know that these currencies are actually units of weight of gold, silver, and copper. At that time, because of war, mining, and other reasons, their value fluctuated. In short, the later the years, the more they depreciated. Chapter 4. This was an era of heroes. The vast Persia, Sparta, which was founded on military might, Athens, which was famous for its commerce, the rising Thebes, the ambitious Macedonia, the two hegemons of the western Mediterranean, Syracuse and Carthage, the newly emerged Rome. This was an era of brilliant generals. The last king of Sparta, Basileus, the rising general of Thebes, Philemon, the founder of Macedonia, Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, Camillus, the dictator who saved Rome, the Basilid. Family of Carthage that produced many famous generals. This was an era of contention. The great philosopher Plato, the founder of the Cynics, Antisthenes, the Pythagoreans who believed in numbers, the encyclopedic scholar Democritus, the father of Western medicine Hippocrates, the great dramatist Aristophanes, the oratorical educator Isocrates, the founder of Western history Thucydides, the famous sculptor Lysippus. The protagonist transmigrated and came to this era as a lowly mercenary. What would he bring to this world? Chapter 5. The King's Army is Coming. The King's Army is coming. A scout galloped from afar and repeatedly shouted in Persia and Greek. The soldiers who were about to stop and rest were in an uproar. Pertychias, is what you said true? Is Artaxerxes really here? Seeing the cavalryman who had just jumped off his horse, little Cyrus asked impatiently, "Yes, your highness, Artaxerxes is here. Artaxerxes is here too, and that damned Tisiphmus is here too." Pertychias panted heavily and said in a hoarse voice, "Very good, my friend. Very good. He is finally here." Little Cyrus jumped off his horse excitedly and asked his servant to put on his breastplate while he shouted to his adjutant, Aureus, "Inform the entire army to prepare for battle." "Yes, your highness," Aureus hurriedly shouted to the messenger. "Inform the Greeks immediately and quickly form up on our right flank. Prepare for battle." The messenger galloped away. Aureus then called the Persia generals. Little Cyrus asked them to lead the soldiers to spread out on his left flank while he led 800 cavalrymen in the center. The attentive Alcipates asked, "How many enemies are there?" "About 60,000 or 80,000. Pertychias recalled the scene he had seen, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. "So many people." The attendants exclaimed with fear on their faces, "Ha! Are you afraid, my friend?" Little Cyrus stepped forward and gave Pertychias a strong hug, not at all disgusted by his dusty and sweaty body. Then he turned around and mounted his horse, shouting to the surroundings, "My friends, are you afraid?" The followers and guards of little Cyrus all expressed their bravery. No matter how many soldiers Artaxerxes has, he is still the same cowardly Artaxerxes. Don't forget, even a small hound can scare him to the point of peeing. Little Cyrus' vulgar words caused a burst of laughter around him. "And I have you, and my army. Together we defeated the mighty Athens Olympic Games, the Athens that defeated Persia time and again." Every time little Cyrus glanced at a person, that person would straighten his back. "And we have the valiant Greeks. They will fight alongside us." Cyrus the Younger looked to the right, where the Greek heavy infantry were slowly getting into formation. Seeing this, his heart was filled with confidence. "We are unstoppable. We cannot win." "Victory!" Alcipades shouted first. Then everyone rushed to shout, "Victory!" Faced with high morale, little Cyrus raised his right hand high. "Friends, brave warriors, after this victory, I swear to the supreme god Mazda that I will do my best to repay your friendship and sacrifice." "Cyrus the Great!" someone shouted. Then, like a flash flood, the shouts were like a tide. "Hey, Matones, what's the situation?" The Devers could not help but pat the shoulder of the soldier in front of them. "How many times have you asked?" "No, no." Matones wiped his sweaty neck with his free left hand and shouted irritably, "Why isn't the enemy here yet? The sun is already in the middle of the sky. If I wait any longer, I'll be roasted by its flames." "Matones, even if your meat is roasted, I don't want to smell it. I've been eating so much meat recently that I want to vomit," a soldier next to him said glibly, causing the soldiers to laugh. "Shut up, Olivers, you lecherous guy. If you want me to put your hand in your mouth and let you taste your own flesh, you can continue talking." Matones waved his strong arm and threatened fiercely. "Oh, I'm so scared." Olivers pretended to be scared, causing the crowd to laugh again. "Stand properly, stop fooling around. Menon is here." As soon as Helos finished speaking, he heard a sharp voice. "Brats, where do you think this is? Is this your family's banquet?" A well-proportioned soldier with a red tassel on his helmet stood in front of the phalanx, pointed at them and scolded, "This is a battlefield. If you don't do your best, then Hades will be happy to visit you." "Menon with a rotten mouth." Someone shouted in the line. "Who said that?" "Stand up." Everyone held back their laughter and gloated as they watched Myron jump in front of them and shout angrily. At this moment, someone shouted sternly, "Look in front!" The soldiers immediately looked ahead. Soon, the smile on their faces was quickly replaced by horror. Smoke and dust rose as far as their eyes could see, shrouding the hills, trees, and houses in a gray haze. After a while, a thin black line drilled out of the smoke and began to stretch to both sides, gradually becoming thicker a moment later. When the soldiers could barely see the outline of the enemy, countless lights began to dazzle everyone's eyes under the dazzling sun. Armors, spears, shields. The cold light they emitted was as boundless as the Milky Way in the night sky. The sound of footsteps, shouts, and neighs of horses converged into a rolling sound wave. Even the earth trembled, not to mention the human's legs. Just as Olivers felt that he was about to fall, he heard Helos shout, "Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" The Greek mercenary soldiers put on their helmets, took off the round shields hanging on their left shoulders, held their spears, and began to hit the shields. Boom! 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 The loud noise made Olivers and the other soldiers realize that they were also in the midst of a powerful force, and their mood gradually calmed down. The army of the king of Persia was still advancing slowly and orderly. The hob carriages were at the front, followed by the archers without armor, followed by the light cavalry and the infantry with long shields and the infantry with spears, and vine shields. The heavily armored cavalry was divided into two parts, one to surround the king of Persia, and the other was deployed on the left wing of the army. The mighty Persia army was like the thick clouds in the sky before a storm, slowly pressing down and suffocating. At this moment, Cyrus the Younger galloped left and right along the army formation with a few attendants, giving instructions to each Greek mercenary leader. With continuous cheers, he had reached the far right end of the Greek army formation, and could even see the roaring Euphrates River not far away. "Salute, Your Highness!" Crulchus saluted. Chapter 6. Crulchus looked at the enemy's significantly thicker phalanx in the center, and then looked at the enemy's left wing, which was longer than his own. Although he had fully supported little Cyrus from the beginning, it did not mean that he would be obedient. He refused bluntly, "Your Highness, I think we should first defeat the enemy's left wing, and then attack the enemy's middle. That would be safer. I know Artaxerxes, I know the Persia army, and I know your Greek phalanx. Believe me, my friend, your army will easily defeat Artaxerxes' central army. If Artaxerxes is defeated, no matter how many troops he has, it will be useless." Little Cyrus persuaded. Crulchus shook his head stubbornly. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I will not expose the flanks of the phalanx to the enemy's army." Little Cyrus frowned and stared at Crulchus, but there was no time for him to organize his words to persuade the other. As for forcefully giving an order, the other party was a mercenary, not his subordinate. "All right, we'll do as you say." Little Cyrus turned his horse around. He suddenly pulled the reins and galloped back the way he came. When the two armies were about 500 meters apart, the Greek soldiers began to sing the hymn of Ares, the god of war, and marched forward. When the hymn ended, the distance between the two armies was less than 200 meters. "Ares!" The soldiers shouted in unison and began to jog. They ran faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Greek heavy infantry gathered together to form a boom, boom, boom. The sound of their footsteps was like rolling thunder gathering energy, as if they were going to use lightning to cut through the dark night. The Persia seemed to be completely frightened by the overwhelming torrent of steel in front of them. As Shi Jun's army got closer and closer, other than a few horse-drawn carriages that charged straight into Shi Jun's troops, accompanied by blood-curdling screams, broken limbs, and finally disappearing without a trace, the rest of the people forgot to release their arrows or raise their shields out of fear. When the two armies were about 10 meters apart, the Persia collapsed and turned to flee. The Greeks did not expect victory to come so quickly. Their energy had not been vented yet, so they pursued the enemy even harder. In the beginning, squad leaders like Helos repeatedly reminded their teammates, "Keep the formation, don't run too fast. Keep the formation." In the end, the army completely scattered, and all the Greeks were in the excitement of the pursuit. Little Cyrus, who was in the middle lane, did not expect the victory of the right wing to come so quickly and was a little stunned for a moment. "Long live King Cyrus!" The attendants had already begun brandishing their spears and shouting for victory. "Your Highness, should we follow them?" Altipatius asked. He shook his head and looked straight ahead to the left. He knew very well that only by killing that person could he obtain the supreme crown. "Pass down my order. Tell Aureus' left wing to stop advancing and prepare for defense." Little Cyrus immediately gave the order. He knew very well that the most powerful force on his side was the Greek mercenaries. Since the Greeks had already repelled the enemy's left flank, there was no need for him to rush the left flank, which was obviously weaker than the enemy, to meet the enemy's right flank head-on. If they were also quickly defeated, this battle would be troublesome. It was better to stall for time and wait for the Greek mercenaries to return. That way, victory would be in the bag. However, when he was patiently waiting for the enemy to close in, the enemy's middle lane suddenly stopped moving forward. Soon his expression changed. This was because the enemy's middle had begun to split into two, with the left half turning around to the left. Not good. They want to attack the Greeks. Altipatius, who was beside him, shouted. If the Greek heavy infantry, which had been scattered due to chasing after the routed army, were attacked from the rear, it was very likely that they would fall into chaos and the situation would be reversed. "Artaxerxes, how dare you change your formation on the battlefield? Do you really think that I don't dare to take the initiative to attack just because I have fewer cavalry?" Little Cyrus sneered and quickly made a decision in his heart. He raised his spear and pointed it forward. "Order the right flank to move forward. Cavalry attack with me. Your Highness, please put on your helmet." The attendant hurriedly handed him his helmet. Little Cyrus had already galloped forward on his horse. The attendants on his left and right hurriedly caught up and quickly protected him in the center. More than 800 cavalry formed a wedge formation and galloped straight towards the Persia army. The commander of the Persia army's middle lane, Artaxerxes, did not expect little Cyrus to dare attack at this time. He hurriedly mobilized his cavalry to meet the attack. However, at this moment, the army was changing its formation. The spinning infantry formation blocked the cavalry's path. With great difficulty, they managed to squeeze out 1,000 cavalrymen from the gap in the formation. Little Cyrus' cavalry, which was galloping at high speed, was already in front of them. With a burst of shouting and hoarse neighing, the Persia army's hastily put together cavalry line was instantly torn apart. Then, like a sharp knife, the horsemen of Cyrus the Younger plunged into the back of that part of the Persian army, which was turning back. Little Cyrus was brave and valiant. He had once hunted a black bear alone. Birds of a feather flocked together. His attendants and followers were also warriors. Facing the enemy with their backs facing them, they did not even waste their spears, because there were no stirrups at that time. When a moving cavalry stabbed an enemy, they had to let go immediately, or else they would be pushed off the horse by the reaction force. Instead, they charged into the enemy's formation at high speed and crushed the enemy. Affected by the collapse of the left flank, the Persia infantry that bore the brunt of the sudden attack began to flee. Little Cyrus' cavalry took advantage of the situation and chased after them. However, little Cyrus vaguely saw the carriage of the king of Persia in the dust. It turned out that the main force on the left flank of the Persia army was defeated, forming a big gap. Naturally, the king of Persia in the rear was exposed. To the left, little Cyrus waved his spear excitedly. He bypassed the right flank of the Persia army that came to the rescue and stabbed into the rear of the Persia army. Dozens of cavalrymen followed closely behind. "Quick, get into formation. Protect the king." Artaxerxes, the general of Persia's personal army, shouted as he led dozens of royal cavalrymen around him to take the lead. Little Cyrus showed no fear in the face of the swarming enemy cavalry. He drew out his Greek army knife and clamped his horse's abdomen with his legs. Looking for the right opportunity, he used the lance in his right hand to deflect Artaxerxes' fierce spear and stretched out the knife in his left hand. When the two horses crossed each other, Artaxerxes' neck was naturally cut open by the Greek army knife. With his superb skills and horsemanship, little Cyrus killed several people in a row. Soon his cavalrymen caught up and blocked the other enemy cavalry for him. Only the royal guards around the carriage stood between him and the king of Persia, Artaxerxes. He could even clearly see his brother's frightened face, thinking of Artaxerxes' imprisonment and the fact that Artaxerxes was occupying the throne that should have been his. This was only the imagination of Cyrus the Younger, and the old Persian king had never thought of passing the throne to him. A fire of anger burned in his chest. "Artaxerxes!" He roared and threw the spear in his hand with all his might. In the midst of the screams, the spear passed through the gap of the royal guards like lightning and hit the chest of the king of Persia. The king of Persia screamed and fell on the carriage. Seeing the king of Persia fall, there was chaos in front of him. His anger was finally vented. He laughed wantonly as if the crown of Persia was already in his hands. However, he did not hear the cavalrymen behind him shouting anxiously, "Be careful, your highness! Be careful!" The laughter stopped abruptly. A javelin flew out of the chaotic crowd and pierced his eye. Chapter 7. "Brothers, I've brought you some food." Xylos entered the small tent. The quiet tent suddenly became lively. The few people who had been lying down got up and quickly snatched the food from Helos' arms like hungry wolves. "Helos, if you hadn't come, I would have starved to death." Martones chewed on the half-cooked horse meat. The meat that he usually looked down on was indescribably delicious in his mouth. "I got it from Antonius." Menon had them form a team to drag back the dead and wounded horses from the battlefield at the risk of being attacked by the Persia. Helos sighed and looked at the man who was still lying in the innermost part of the tent. He asked with concern, "How are Devers? Has he woken up?" "He's awake, but he's been in a daze. No matter who talked to him, he didn't seem to know them and didn't say a word. He seems to be asleep now," Geogris replied sadly. "I think he might have accidentally fallen into the river of forgetfulness when he was on Charon's ship and lost his memory," Oliver said. "Shut up." Martones reached out to press Oliver's head, but was pushed away. Helos separated the two of them and berated, "We all came from the same town in Thessaly. We're thousands of miles away from our hometown and surrounded by enemies. If we don't unite, I'm afraid we won't be able to go back." The tent fell silent. Helos felt the heavy atmosphere and comforted. "I've seen a few warriors with severe head injuries. They were confused at first, but they'll be normal after some rest. Maybe by tomorrow morning, Devers will be able to greet everyone with a smile." Devers can be considered old warriors, but he actually fell during the pursuit. Oliver said irritably, but he immediately shut up when he saw Martones glaring at him again. "Helos, did Cyrus the Young win, or was he defeated?" The moment of silence made Geogris unable to hold himself back from voicing the question that everyone was most concerned about and most afraid to face. Previously, when they finished chasing the fleeing enemies and returned to the battlefield, they only found that the Persia army was still there, but little Cyrus' troops were nowhere to be seen. Because it was getting late, the two armies had no desire to continue fighting. After a while, the Persia army retreated. Only then did the Greek mercenaries realize that their camp had been ransacked. The soldiers were tired and hungry. Of course, they didn't have the energy to think about or ask such an important question. Little Cyrus is leading the cavalry. Regardless of whether they win or lose, he can easily leave the battlefield and join us tomorrow. We'll just have to fight the king of Persia again, Helos said casually. But the army of the king of Persia is much larger than ours. If Cyrus the Younger is defeated, there will be even fewer troops to fight with us tomorrow, Georges said worriedly. What are you afraid of? We have over 10,000 heavy infantry soldiers. The people of Persia are as timid as rabbits. No matter how many of them they have, they won't dare to fight with us. I haven't killed enough today. Let's fight again tomorrow. It's just right. Matones used his own method to encourage everyone. Even if little Cyrus the Younger is defeated, we have defeated their left wing and killed many of their men. Tomorrow, the number of their soldiers will only be less than today. Helos was also full of confidence. These damn Persia destroyed our camp, stole our food, and stole a lot of silver coins from us. Tomorrow, we will defeat them and take back our things. Matones said angrily. That's right. Everyone shared the same hatred. Not only do we have to take back our things, but we also have to take back their things. Oh! Olivers thought of something and said excitedly, I heard that little Cyrus the Younger's women were also taken away. Only one escaped. It's the one I told you about last time, the Milesian woman who is as beautiful as Aphrodite. I heard that Krilkis brought her into his tent. He's going to have a good time tonight. Oliver swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a wretched manner, Don't talk nonsense. Helos warned him. Olivers, if you have the ability, defeat the king of Persia tomorrow and take one of his women. Oh, that's a good idea. Matones, it's rare for you to be smart for once. Damn Olivers, you want to get beaten up again. While they were talking and laughing, a hoarse voice came from the innermost part of the tent. Have you never thought that little Cyrus the Younger was not only defeated, he was also killed? Tissaphones rushed to the king of Persia's tent. The eunuch Massabadi was already waiting at the door. The king is waiting for you. Go in. When Tissaphones handed his sword to the royal guard next to him, he found that the most trusted eunuch of the king of Persia looked a little depressed. He could not help but wonder, is His Majesty seriously injured? The tent was filled with a strong scent of frankincense, mixed with a few traces of herbs. Artaxerxes was lying on his side on the bed, wearing a gorgeous crimson robe. His bare chest was wrapped in white cloth, and red blood could be seen faintly. A beautiful maid was gently massaging his shoulders. Below him stood the doctor, Tija. Seeing Tissaphones come in, Tija immediately bid farewell to the king of Persia. Artaxerxes asked him to wait outside the tent. If there were any changes in his injuries, he could immediately summon him. Tissaphones watched the Greek doctor leave the tent, then half knelt, lowered his head, and said, Your Majesty, I have lost the battle. Please punish me. Artaxerxes did not speak. Tissaphones began to feel a little uneasy. He knelt on the ground and did not move. After a long time, Artaxerxes finally said, You have lost the battle, Tissaphones, but at least you still dared to attack. I heard that you led the cavalry around the Greek heavy infantry to attack their rear. In the end, you were defeated by their light shields men and almost hit by the Greeks' javelins. Yes, Your Majesty, you know everything. Tissaphones secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to those who ran away before the battle, you are much braver. Get up. Artaxerxes was still somewhat dissatisfied with the performance of the left wing of the Persia army yesterday. He then raised his voice and said, "I was not as lucky as you. Cyrus' spear pierced me. Fortunately, my armor was strong enough. This gave me the opportunity to stab him under his horse." Wasn't little Cyrus hit by the spear thrown by the guard Mithridates? Tissaphones was surprised, but he did not show it. Instead, he said with excitement and admiration, "Your Majesty, everyone used to say that Cyrus was brave. Yesterday, on the battlefield, when we were about to lose, Your Majesty took a huge risk that a king should not take. You stepped forward and personally killed Cyrus, the traitor. You allowed us to win an unbelievable victory. Your Majesty, you are indeed the King of Kings. You are the one born to be brave." Masabadi and Tija immediately expressed their admiration for the Persia king's bravery. Artaxerxes' face was flushed, and he said angrily, "Cyrus has always been competitive since he was young. As his elder brother, I have always given in to him. Last time, during the coronation ceremony, he tried to assassinate me. For the sake of my mother, I forgave him. I did not expect that my kindness was seen as weakness, and he dared to rebel. For the stability of the country, even if he is my younger brother, I have to execute him. Your Majesty's benevolence is well known. Cyrus did not know what was good for him. He seduced outsiders and invaded our country. He deserved it." Tissaphones said passionately. Artaxerxes nodded, but he could not help but cough a few times. His speech just now had consumed a lot of his energy. "My governor, you have exposed Cyrus's conspiracy to me many times, and you have always performed well in the governance of Asia Minor. After this rebellion is over, I will reward you well. Your Majesty, as the governor of Asia Minor, this is my duty," Tissaphones said with a solemn expression. Tissaphones nodded and pointed at a large earthen jar on the wooden table in front of the couch with his left hand. He had a complicated expression on his face. "This is the head and hand of Cyrus that Masabadi had cut off. Take it to the camp of the Greeks and ask them to surrender immediately." Chapter 8. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tissaphones couldn't help but look at Masabadi. He thought to himself, "No wonder this guy looks so upset. If Queen Parysatis knew that her beloved youngest son was beheaded and had his hands cut off, she wouldn't let it go. Tissaphones, do you think the Greeks will surrender?" "Your Majesty, based on my understanding of the main Greek mercenary leaders, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, there may be a few who will be willing to obey Your Majesty's orders," Tissaphones said cautiously. "It's good to cause internal strife." Artaxerxes tapped his chin with his finger. He still had lingering fears when he thought about the fierce attack of the Greek heavy infantry yesterday. If they don't want to surrender, then expel them from the country. Too many people in Persia have died in this rebellion. Don't let these rude and barbaric Greeks continue to plunder our land and kill our people. Killing our people. Artaxerxes let out a long sigh. He was gentle by nature and didn't like to argue with others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed little Cyrus to cause such chaos. Even when little Cyrus raised his troops, he was still hesitant and wanted to retreat to the east. If it weren't for the ministers trying their best to dissuade him and fully support him, yesterday's battle probably wouldn't have happened. Your Majesty, you love the people of the Empire like your own children. I'm very happy that the Empire has such a benevolent ruler like you. Tissaphones' words came from the bottom of his heart. In fact, it was because of Artaxerxes' character that he received the support of most of the ministers and nobles. Although little Cyrus rebelled, the core of the empire didn't have any major turmoil. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Why don't we drive the Greeks to the north? Tissaphones said. Artaxerxes pondered. He knew that Tissaphones didn't want the Greeks to trample on his territory, Asia Minor again. To the north. His eyes lit up. He thought of the unruly mountain tribes that were unwilling to submit, such as the Dakaya people. Let these barbarians fight amongst themselves. He thought, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll be waiting for your good news in Persia. Having said this, he could not wait to go home. Yesterday, they received news that another riot had broken out in the eastern part of Persia. He had to return to the capital as soon as possible. Besides, he was beginning to miss his queen, Statira. Early in the morning, a thin mist pervaded the Kunisak region. The entire Greek military camp was quiet, and most people were still asleep. Devers walked out of the tent and looked around the strange place curiously. Yes, he was no longer the Devers. His soul came from the 21st century China. As a civil servant, he had worked hard for more than 10 years before he was promoted to the director of the city's high-tech development zone. His friends threw a party to celebrate him, and he drank himself into a stupor. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place and a strange man. He had pinched his own thigh time and time again, just to prove that he was dreaming. His thigh was still aching to this day. After a long night of adaptation, he was no longer confused about why he was here. His adaptability was considered strong. Back then, he was first in the civil servant exam to enter the government, but he was sent to a remote and poor mountainous area to be a village official. He stayed there for a few years. Not only did he persist, but he also won the favor of the county leaders with his outstanding performance and was recalled and entrusted with an important task. But his parents and his girlfriend, who was about to get married, now they were separated in a different time and space, and there was no way they could meet again. He took a deep breath and tried to blow away the sadness in his heart. After walking slowly for a short distance, his mood calmed down slightly. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and warned himself, since I'm already in a new world, I'll survive here tenaciously. Based on the remaining memories of this body, he knew that he was a Thessaly person. 2 years ago, for the sake of livelihood, he went out with his companions from the same village as mercenaries to earn money. A year ago, there was a conflict between Macedon and Thessaly, and the Macedonian cavalry attacked his hometown. His parents were killed, and his relatives were captured. Now he was alone. This time, he was following the mercenary leader, Menon, to help Persia's Prince Cyrus the Younger fight. Last night, his companions thought he was asleep, but in fact, he had been listening to their conversation. Through the conversations of his companions, he learned more. As a good young man in the 21st century, he could barely be considered a nationalistic youth. When he was a village official, he spent most of his time online in order to get through the long, lonely nights. Venting his frustrations on certain military forums had almost become his sideline. Therefore, he learned a lot about historical military knowledge and knew that he might be in the period after the War of Peloponnesus. As for the Greek mercenaries helping the Persia prince to usurp the throne, which period of Western history was involved? As a non-historical professional, the requirements were too high, and he really couldn't think of it. It wasn't until someone said, "We have tens of thousands of heavy infantry in Greece," that it evoked his hidden memories. Once, someone on a forum advocated that certain books must be read to understand ancient Western history. On the list of books listed, there was a book called The Long March, which aroused his curiosity. Did the ancient West also have a long march? Because the author happened to be a famous historical figure he knew, he looked it up on the internet and found out that it was from the famous ancient Western historical event, the Great Retreat of thousands of Greek soldiers. Because Devers vaguely remembered the rebellion in the event, the prince died in the chaos because of his recklessness, he blurted it out in a moment of anxiety. But he didn't expect that the others more or less held the hope that Cyrus the Younger would win and that everyone would get rich together, so they couldn't accept his guess at all. Faced with one question after another, he didn't want to sour his relationship with his companions as a newcomer. Perhaps in his heart, he also held a glimmer of hope. Maybe this wasn't that historical event. So he fell silent. In the end, everyone parted on bad terms. That night, he didn't sleep well. The unfamiliar environment and the fear of the future made it difficult for him to sleep, tossing and turning. Early the next morning, he walked out of the tent and faced this strange new world for the first time. What came into view were tents after tents, and at a glance it seemed endless. Breathing in the damp and fresh air, He gathered his courage and walked forward. Occasionally, someone would come out of the tent and greet him when they saw him, and he would respond with a smile. There were even soldiers who knew that he was injured and asked about his injury with concern, and he would stop to express his gratitude and take the opportunity to chat a little and learn about the situation from others. Obviously, it wasn't because he was a big shot that everyone treated him kindly, but because some of Menon's mercenaries were Thessaly's people, and many of them had even fought alongside him for more than 2 years and were very familiar with each other. So as he walked, the sense of unfamiliarity gradually dissipated. Not far away, the neighing of horses and the crying of sheep attracted him forward. In Devers's memory, this large area surrounded by wooden fences and located in the center of their barracks was the supply camp of the mercenaries led by Menon. Not only were there many pack horses and pack mules, but there were also some cattle and sheep plundered along the way, as well as a batch of food that Cyrus the Younger had given to Menon. Moreover, there were merchants stationed there, and when passing through a big city, there would even be nearby merchants who would come here to make money. When he walked to the entrance, a group of guards armed with spears stopped him. No one is allowed to enter without Menon's order. Behind the guards, a short and fat man shouted angrily. Devers glanced at him and turned to walk around. He didn't want to cause trouble. Behind him, the fat man's reprimand to the guards could be heard. Next time someone comes, you have to be more fierce, and you won't be able to suppress these thieves. Since last night, 5 sheep have been lost. When Menon punishes me, I'll punish you. It seemed that the mercenaries were seriously short of food. He didn't know how much food the Persia army had stolen when they broke in yesterday. He pondered as he walked, and before he knew it, a simple wall made of branches and wooden sticks loosely inserted into the soil appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Although there were still dense tents in front of him, he knew that it was another mercenary camp. At this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the thick fog gradually dissipated, allowing him to see into the distance. The sky was high, and the fields were wide, the wind was cool, and for a moment he was intoxicated. According to his companions, the city ahead was Babylon, and not far away was the Euphrates River. One was the capital of one of the 4 ancient civilizations, and the legendary hanging gardens were desirable. The other was the mother river of the people of the Mesopotamian plains. I wonder if I'll have a chance to see it? However, the sudden boiling of the camp startled him. A feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart, and he quickly returned. At this time, the soldiers came out of their tents with nervous and uneasy expressions, discussing excitedly with each other. The words that reached his ears turned into 6 words. Cyrus the Younger is dead. Chapter 9. The Devers moved forward in fear in the camp, which had become a little crowded, and he almost tripped several times. When he lifted the curtain and entered the tent, he was greeted by 4 pairs of eyes with strange expressions. Compared to the liveliness outside, the tent was very quiet. Devers, little Cyrus, he's dead. Oliver said in a strange tone. You guessed it, he's really dead. I've already heard it from others. The Devers sat back on his bed, feeling a little calmer. Helos looked at this comrade with a calm expression. As fellow villagers, they were more familiar with each other, but at this moment he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Just now, Antonius came over and said, Little Cyrus's adjutant, Aureus, sent someone to inform us that little Cyrus has died in battle. He's gathering the scattered soldiers and preparing to rendezvous with us. Devers, I didn't sleep well last night because of you, and I wanted to beat you up. I didn't expect you to be right. Matones scratched his head in embarrassment. What should we do next? Geogrisa's words made everyone look at the Devers strangely again. While the Devers were pondering what was going on, Oliver said impatiently, Hurry up and say it! What oracle did Hades give you? The Devers looked at them in surprise. Only then did he understand why they had behaved strangely just now. It turned out that they thought he had received the blessing of Hades. When the news of little Cyrus's death reached Helos and the others, they were surprised that the Devers had said the truth. so they began to talk about the Devers. After combining everyone's opinions, they were surprised to find that almost everyone thought that after the youngest comrade, who had been taken care of by them, woke up from his coma, he behaved and spoke very differently, as if he had become a different person. Although the Devers didn't speak much last night, the temperament of a modern person was naturally very different from that of an ancient person. Therefore, they believed that the Devers must have been lucky enough to meet Hades in hell, and with Hades' help, they were able to return to the human world. And the way he woke up was a little scary. When they found him on the battlefield, no matter how they called him, he was still unconscious, and suddenly his eyes opened wide. When everyone was at a loss and helpless, this comrade who had received divine help had obviously become their life-saving straw. The Devers were a little amused by this. In this age of ignorance, the Greeks were not so superstitious as the people of Persia, and every aspect of their lives was intimately connected with the Greek gods. However, Devers didn't dare to admit it because he only knew that there was such a historical event, but he didn't know the details. What oracle? I'd just like to think about the worst so that I can be prepared when I encounter danger. What do you mean by always thinking the worst? Don't we know what kind of person you were? A silly boy who only knew how to fight actually knew how to think. What else could it be if it wasn't God's blessing? Otherwise, how could the tone of his speech have changed? It seemed that Hades had asked him to keep the secret. The four of them looked at each other knowingly. Since childhood, they had been influenced by the stories of the gods told by their parents every day, so they knew that the gods were fickle and had many complicated taboos. For safety reasons, they didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at him expectantly. This look was very similar to the look in the Devers' eyes when he was a village official and the poor villagers hoped that a university student like him could change the face of the mountain village. But I don't know what to do, just like you guys. The Devers sighed in his heart. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Do you know Xenophon?" The four of them shook their heads. "You mean Xenophon can help us?" Oliver's couldn't help but ask. The Devers smiled and didn't say anything. However, he felt a little strange. Since the internet said that Xenophon had led this retreat and even wrote a book, how could no one have heard of him? No matter what, he should be a mercenary leader. Where is Xenophon from? Is he in our team? Helos asked. He should be from Athens. The Devers knew about Xenophon's birthplace. After all, Xenophon was an ancient Western writer, military strategist, and a disciple of Socrates. When I have time, I'll ask people in the other camps, Helos said solemnly. Don't let it be Crocus. Otherwise, there's no way to find him. Geogris said. The relationship between the two leaders, Crocus and Menon, was very bad, so the mercenaries under them also hated each other. It's just a fight. Let's fight. We Thessaly people aren't afraid of these bastards from Chersones. Metones said a little excitedly, Who are you going to fight? The curtain was opened and a man got in. It was Antonius. Through the memory of this body, the Devers knew that this was their platoon leader. However, he was a mercenary after all. Except during battle, he had no authority. The people in the tent were still sitting and lying down. No one stood up to salute. We're joking, Helos said. It's a mess outside. You can still joke here, not bad. Not bad. Antonius said, half jokingly and half seriously. He looked at the people in the tent and then said to Helos, Menon asked me to tell you platoon leaders to comfort your brothers. Cyrus the Younger died in an accident, and his troops are still here. So our strength and Persia's weakness have not changed. When we meet with Cyrus the Younger's adjutant, Aureus, tomorrow we will have at least 30,000 people. At that time, we will defeat the king of Persia. There will be many benefits. Maybe we will support a new king of Persia. Satisfied with the surprised expressions of the people, Antonius was about to turn and leave the tent when he was stopped by Helos. It's okay to comfort the brothers, but you have to let them eat. Since last night, everyone has only eaten a little raw horse meat, and they're still hungry. But there's no news from Mersis at all. If there's no food, I can't guarantee that something will happen. That's right. That's right. If there's no food, we'll quit. The crowd took the opportunity to shout. Antonius patted his stomach awkwardly and said, "My stomach is growling with hunger too. Now the entire camp is short of food. Menon is urging Mersis to think of a solution, while he went to find Proxenus himself. I heard that his camp suffered less damage yesterday. Even if food comes, there won't be much if it's distributed to everyone. Let's just bear with it for a day." Antonius said and hurried out of the tent. Helos sighed and said to everyone, "I'll go take a look at the other tent." Then he followed. As a platoon leader, he was in charge of 9 people, and 5 of his men lived in adjacent tents. He had been struggling with the matters of his previous life and hadn't realized that he hadn't eaten. After hearing everyone's ruckus, the Devers' stomachs began to growl. Chapter 10. There was a moment of silence in the tent, and then Oliver said, "It's a pity that little Cyrus died in battle." Although he was a prince of Persia, he was very polite and liked to help people. He was also very handsome and liked by women. Even the Queen of Cilicia became his mistress. If he hadn't died, he would have become a good king. Being good-looking and able to pick up girls made him a good king? What kind of **T logic is this? Devers secretly cursed. Yes, little Cyrus didn't look down on us like the other Persia people. He was really good to us Greeks. If he had been king, the relationship between us Greeks and Persia would have improved. Georgios said, "And he was a warrior, not as weak as the other Persia people." Matones echoed. "Most importantly, he was very generous. He gave us a lot of gold coins." Oliver's emphasized again, and everyone said yes. Was this a memorial service for little Cyrus? Devers was amused. Based on the remaining memory of this body, he couldn't help but say, "Was little Cyrus generous? I don't think so. You see, first of all, he owed us more than 3 months of salary, and he never paid us until the Queen of Cilicia came to inspect the troops, and only then did he pay us 4 months' salary. When we suspected that little Cyrus was preparing to go to war with the king of Persia and refused to move forward, he agreed to increase our salary from $1 to 1.5 gold coins in order to persuade us. Did he give us the money for the next 2 months? Don't forget, he once ordered us to threaten the king of Cilicia, and the cowardly king gave him a lot of money. When we found out about little Cyrus's plan and made a scene at the meeting, little Cyrus promised to give each of us 5 silver coins after he conquered Babylon. But did he give it to us? After a while, Oliver's replied bitterly, he died. You see, little Cyrus didn't spend a single silver coin of his own to bring us to a place about 3,000 miles away from Greece, in the land of a dangerous enemy country. If he had told us at the beginning that he was going to war with the king of Persia, would we have agreed? The 3 shook their heads like puppets. He hid the truth. Giving him a little benefit at a time is like using grass to lure a flock of sheep forward, and in the end he has no choice but to agree. The Devers sighed and said, Cyrus the Young is a clever liar. He didn't pay any price, but he made more than 10,000 Greeks fight to the death for his conspiracy. Amazing. The tent fell silent again. Soon, Oliver's began to curse. Damn little Cyrus. Damn Persia. And that idiot Menon. Every time, he actively asked us to be the vanguard, saying that little Cyrus would be grateful to us and give us more in return. Menon, this idiot. Not only is his mouth rotten, but his brain is also rotten. Sooner or later, we'll be killed by him. Ouch. My stomach. I'm starving to death. The Devers found it funny to see Oliver's making a fuss there. Not to mention that they were used to seeing intrigue in the government. This Kangxi the Great on TV, that Qianlong dynasty, emerged one after another. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. Little Cyrus the Young was born in the palace, the headquarters of human conspiracies. How could it be that simple to become the military commander of Western Persia? Just by looking at how he had fooled the Greeks, one could see how powerful he was. As for Menon, he was probably not stupid. As the leader of the mercenaries, he might have long known of little Cyrus's plan. Pushing his compatriots into the fire pit was nothing more than greed. Devers, you wouldn't have said such things in the past. Are you really? Matones asked cautiously. The Devers knew that Matones and himself used to have a good relationship because of their congenial personalities. So he said, Matones, no matter what happens, I'm still me. I've always been your good brother. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I hope you can continue to help me. After being repeatedly mentioned vaguely about the matter of divine favor, the Devers had now thought it through. With more than 30 years of social experience in his previous life, he didn't want to pretend to be a 19-year-old, simple-minded Greek, nor could he pretend. He might as well let others think so. This should be beneficial. Therefore, he neither denied nor admitted the vague answer. Unexpectedly, it made Matones excited. Don't worry. With me around, no one dares to bully you. Devers, can we go home? Georgi's voice was full of worry. Obviously, the Devers' revelation of little Cyrus the Young had made them begin to doubt their own abilities. The Devers smiled bitterly. Although he didn't understand the development of this historical event, China's history told him that the emperor of a feudal dynasty hated nothing more than rebellion. It should be the same in the West. Moreover, they were foreigners, invaders. Unless the king of Persia was sick in the head, he would definitely annihilate them to intimidate all those who harbored disloyalty. As for attacking the Persia army and taking down Babylon, the Devers didn't think it was a good idea. Otherwise, this event would have been called the Great March of Greece instead of the Great Retreat. However, he said, don't worry. We can go home, smoothly. He tilted his head and looked at the others who were obviously much more relaxed. He sighed inwardly. These simple-minded people are great. They don't think about how dangerous the situation is and entrust their lives to my oracle. It's also a kind of happiness. As the Devers thought about it, he suddenly remembered a movie he had seen in his previous life, 2012. When the world was destroyed, the rich and powerful could easily sit on the 7 Noah's Arks, while ordinary civilians had to rely on luck. Yes, as chess pieces, they could only be manipulated by others. As a chess player, they could control their own fate. But how could they become a chess player? In the afternoon, Helos' team was given half a bag of wheat flour and a dozen dates. Everyone struggled to get up and began to make bread. The Devers actively helped, asking questions as he worked, because he had theories from his memory. The method of ancient Greek bread was actually similar to that of Chinese pasta. The most important thing was the yeast. Bread was the staple food of the Greeks. They marched to war, and the yeast was carried with them, and it was well preserved. After kneading the flour, they placed it on the iron plate and baked it with the firewood they had picked up. It was not until evening that everyone ate simple bread. After filling their stomachs, they hurried back to sleep. In the early hours of the next morning, Helos woke everyone up and told them. Arius' messenger came and said that he is ready to return to his homeland of Asia with his troops. The leaders didn't want to return empty-handed and promised him that if Arius was willing to continue the attack on Babylon with them, they were willing to make him king of Persia and sent Callissippus and Menon with a messenger to persuade Arius. Why send Menon? Matones asked, puzzled. Don't you know that Menon has a good relationship with Arius? Oliver smiled ambiguously. Can they convince Arius? Georgis said worriedly. Everyone turned their eyes to Devers. After one night, he had become their spiritual backbone. Devers felt a lot of pressure, but he did not run away. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Arius was a Persian nobleman, and it could be said that he had been forced to participate in a rebellion as Cyrus the Younger's adjutant. If he were to rebel against the Greeks again now, if he failed, not only would he be finished, but his family would also be implicated. If he was really an ambitious man, he should have immediately taken over Cyrus the Younger's everything and joined forces with the Greek mercenaries as soon as he learned of Cyrus the Younger's death. Only today did he say that he was going home. Obviously, He had made a decision after much consideration. Everyone looked disappointed when they received a negative answer. Brothers, these are the things that the leaders should worry about. Let's do what we have to do. Helos hurriedly said. Menon told us to slaughter all the extra livestock in the supply caravan and prepare more food. Chapter 11. The task assigned to the Devers was to go to the battlefield and retrieve the spears, shields, and even carriages that were abandoned by both sides. They would use them as firewood to cook meat. For this, they were even given a bullock cart. The battlefield wasn't far from the campsite. Yesterday, when the cavalrymen went out to investigate, they discovered that the army of the Persia king had left. That was why they dared to send soldiers out to clean up the battlefield. However, many soldiers were sent out mainly because they were afraid of being ambushed by the Persia cavalry. Before they reached a battlefield, the Devers could see the sky in front of them from afar. It seemed to have turned dark, and countless crows were circling in the sky. Their ear-piercing caws made his heart palpitate. When they got closer, the grassland within a radius of a few miles was covered with layers of human and horse corpses. The corpses were densely covered with flies and insects, and there were even wolves and leopards chewing on the corpses. They didn't hide when they saw people approaching them. Instead, they looked at them from afar with cold gazes. With every step the Devers took, a swarm of flies would fly at their faces. They couldn't be chased away. The Devers' face was pale, and he felt his stomach churning. Devers, you've been through this many times. Why do you still feel uncomfortable? Matoni's concerned tone had a hint of joy in it. He felt that even though the Devers had changed, they still needed his care. I'm fine. Blarg. The Devers swallowed hard. Memories were memories. After all, this was the first time he, a modern man, had witnessed such a bloody massacre on the battlefield. However, he knew that in this chaotic world, such scenes would appear before him again and again. He had to get used to it. He released his hand that was covering his nose and forced himself to endure the pungent stench. He picked up the corpses on the ground and pulled out the shield that was underneath. He quickly swatted away the maggots on it and tossed it onto the bullock cart. When they first arrived at the battlefield, the bullock cart couldn't stand the horrifying environment. It was restless and almost injured Matoni's. It was only after the Devers came up with the idea to cover its eyes with a piece of linen that it calmed down a lot. Everyone busied themselves for a long time. The bullock cart was full, and everyone carried a bundle of corpses. Where are the Devers? Matoni's noticed that one of them was missing. There. Oliver's pointed not far away. The Devers were throwing javelins at a vulture that was pecking at a corpse, but the seemingly clumsy vulture nimbly dodged the javelins. Looks like he's going to participate in the javelin competition at the Olympia. Oliver's joked. Shut up. Matoni's glared at him and walked toward the Devers. When the Devers saw him, they picked up a javelin from the ground. Now he had already begun to adapt to this harsh environment. Matoni's, how many archers do we have? Devers asked as he caressed the sharp tip of his spear. Matoni's was not an expert in this area at all. Thankfully, he had Geogres with him. Archers? I remember that only Clercus has nearly 300 Cretan archers. If we include the light shield-bearers who can throw javelins, all of them, probably about 3,000. 3,000. How many light shield soldiers do we have? The Devers asked. About 400 people. Matoni's, don't burn the javelins. It's quite a waste. Why don't we equip each of us with 1 or 2 javelins? What do you think? The Devers said after some thought. Before Matoni's could answer, Oliver said, We are heavy infantry. But when facing the Persia cavalry, our heavy infantry can't get close to them. We can only dodge their arrows and javelins. The Devers made this suggestion because the memory of this body still had this regret. When he was collecting these wooden weapons, he suddenly had this idea. He knew that there was another famous Roman heavy infantry in history. Not only were they amazing in close combat, but their javelin throwing was equally terrifying. That was why he made this suggestion. Alrius has enough cavalry, Oliver said. The Devers smiled. Rather than relying on others, we might as well rely on ourselves. Did Hades give you an oracle? Geogres asked anxiously. The Devers smiled, but didn't answer. I think it's a good idea. Let's go back and talk to Helos. Metones took the javelin from the Dever's hand, turned around and threw the javelin. The vulture that was still pecking fell to the ground. But, Devers, you still need to learn your javelin throwing skills. Metones said proudly. The Greek heavy infantry didn't use javelins because it was a matter of tradition and habit, but the Greeks weren't bad at it. In fact, they were the best in the Mediterranean. This was because javelin throwing was one of the pentathlon in the Olympia. Greek boys started training in the arena from a young age. That's great. Not only will we have beef and mutton for lunch, but we'll also have bird meat. I heard that the meat of this bird is inedible because it comes from hell. In the camp, the livestock had been slaughtered. The meat was cut and placed in pots filled with water. It was set up on a makeshift stove. Everything was ready. Everyone pulled back their weapons, chopped them up, and cooked the meat. Metones told Helos the Dever's idea, since it was a suggestion from the blessed. Helos felt that the idea was acceptable after careful consideration. The javelins weren't heavy, and it was completely acceptable for a heavy infantry to carry 2 javelins. So he went to Antonio's, hoping to get his support. Antonius called the other 9 squad leaders over, wanting to hear their thoughts first. Some of the squad leaders were in favor of it, while others were against it. The opponents stuck to the tradition of the Greek heavy infantry and believed that there were already 500 light shield bearers under Menon, so it was completely unnecessary for the heavy infantry to carry javelins. Those in favor of it believed that although there were 500 light shield bearers in the camp, they were all Thracians, and the cooperation between the 2 sides wasn't very good. If the heavy infantry had their own javelins, they could at least force the Persian cavalry not to get too close to reduce casualties. The 2 sides argued, and Antonios couldn't make a decision. He could only say that as long as it didn't affect the battle, each squad could decide whether or not to carry javelins. Helos returned happily and was about to tell the Devers when he found a group of people salivating at the pieces of meat in the crock, except for the Devers. Where are the Devers? They said they were going to take a look at the internal organs of the livestock that had been thrown away, and they said it was a waste. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the Devers walk over with a bloody sheep intestine on a spear. Hey, take this stinky thing away. It's affecting our appetite. Everyone covered their noses and shouted. The Devers ignored them and said loudly, I saw a large number of cattle and sheep organs abandoned in the supply camp, allowing the birds and wild dogs to take them away. It's such a waste. Don't forget, we were so hungry 2 days ago that we wanted to eat our own hands. In the next few days, whether it's in battle or on the march, there may be times when we starve. We should pick up these things and store them, in case this kind of thing happens again and we still have something to eat. Can those things be eaten? A strong soldier asked. The Devers remembered that his name was Marcius, and he was a soldier living in another tent. His question was exactly what everyone wanted to ask. The Greeks mainly ate grains and rarely ate meat. It was only because they were deep into Persia that they started to eat meat, frequently due to logistical reasons. Animal organs not only smelled bad, but without spices and cooking methods, they tasted very fishy. Therefore, other than using them for divination, very few people would try to eat them. Some people even thought that eating them would cause them to be poisoned. Of course it's edible. Not only are these things useful, not only can they fill our stomachs, but they can also improve our bodies. For example, they can let us see better at night. The Devers answered with certainty. Really? That's great. Martones said happily. The 5 people in the other tent looked doubtful. Chapter 12. Devers knew that if he wanted them to change their minds, he had to prove it with facts. Therefore, he called Geogres and went to the supply camp to pick up a cow's stomach. He went to a stream next to the camp and washed it with strenuous effort. Then he boiled the cow's stomach with hot water in a crock pot. After that, he pulled out his military knife and started slicing it. At this moment, the 5 people who were doubtful of Oliver's words and some curious soldiers surrounded Devers a few times. Devers calmly scooped a few spoonfuls of soup from another crock pot that was cooking beef and mutton. He poured them into a new crock pot and waited for the soup to boil before he poured the sliced cow's stomach into it. After a while, he picked up the crock pot and sprinkled salt on it. A simple fried stomach was ready. Here, have a taste. Matones hesitantly stabbed a piece with his military knife. He blew hard on it and slowly put it in his mouth. He did not answer the questions from the people around him. He silently stabbed another piece and then smashed another piece. Only then did the people react and were ready to swarm him. Matones ignored the heat in his hand and ran away with the crock pot. The people cursed and chased after him. Devers didn't expect a big guy like Matones to be so cunning, and he found it rather funny. Looks like the internal organs of livestock are not only edible but also delicious. Helos, who did not participate in the chase, sighed. Devers did not say anything. Not all internal organs of livestock, such as liver, were delicious, but it was very beneficial to the human body. There was no industrial pollution in this era, so there should not be any danger of poisoning from eating it. But we've been given enough meat to last us for a day. The weather is so hot the internal organs will go bad tomorrow, Helos said helplessly. Devers already had a solution to this problem. He pointed at the sheep intestines that were thrown aside and said, "We can make bacon sausage." In fact, in this era, some horse-herding tribes in Persia have already started to use horse intestines to make sausage, but it has not been popularized yet. Bacon sausage? When everyone returned, they looked at Devers with awe in their eyes. After tasting the deliciousness of the fried belly, they felt that Oliver's was right. If he was not a god's favored, why would Devers be the only one out of more than 10,000 Greeks who thought that these filthy things could be eaten? Moreover, they were so delicious. In the past, the Devers were just like them, throwing the internal organs of the animals far away. Now that there was such a big change, it must be Hades's grace. Therefore, it was much easier for Devers to direct them to do things. They could bear the stench of sheep intestines and took them to the stream to wash. Then he minced the internal organs and some remaining meat and stuffed them into the intestines. Insert a small section. Tie it with a thread drawn from the linen. Then he stuffed another piece of cloth and tied it up. When it was done, it was hung on a wooden pole and roasted over a fire. Devers learned this method of smoking sausages from the villagers when he was a village official in his previous life. Now that the conditions were limited and time was tight, they could only simplify the process. As long as it could be stored for a few more days and could be eaten, it would be fine. The Devers' flamboyant bacon sausage naturally attracted many curious onlookers. After Oliver's, Matones, and the others bragged about it, the Devers became a rarity and were stared at by the soldiers. Soon, the news that Devers were blessed and bacon sausage began to spread in Menon's camp. At noon, news came. The king of Persia sent an envoy to summon them to surrender, but was rejected by the leaders. In the afternoon, news came again. Arius's envoy returned and brought Arius's answer. He refused to attack the king of Persia's army and only wanted to return to Asia Minor. He was willing to return with the Greek mercenaries. Devers spoke again, and everyone was no longer surprised. Soon, news came. Crulcus wanted to sacrifice livestock to Zeus and let the god decide whether they would fight or retreat. Devers was amused. This was obviously a way for the mercenary leaders to shirk responsibility. However, their companions looked forward to the results of the divination with extreme seriousness, making Devers realize that it was somewhat unreasonable for them to look at the practices of the ancients from a modern point of view. Obviously, the divination results obtained by the leaders were not good. So, the higher-ups finally passed down the order. The mercenaries would join Arius's troops and return to Asia Minor together. Now, the soldiers of the various camps had to immediately pack up and load the supplies onto the pack carts. After dark, when the bronze trumpets were blown, the camps could set off in turn. Immediately, a tense atmosphere filled the camp, but everyone's faces showed some relief. After all, it had been 8 or 9 months since they set off from Asia Minor. They could finally go home, and no one wanted to stay in a hostile land for long. "Can these sausages be removed?" Helos asked. Devers looked up at the dozen skewers of sausages that were being smoked and then shook his head. "Wait until it's dark before we leave." He knew that to reach the standard of smoked sausages, half a day was far from enough. But the longer they could be roasted, the longer they could be stored. Everyone began to dismantle the tents and pack their luggage, their movements very skilled. Although Devers had this memory, he still needed to convert this memory into a habit. He was very serious as he watched and learned. When everyone carried the tents and luggage to the supply camp, Devers saw the fat man shouting loudly, ordering his men to load the goods. Although there were a lot of soldiers in the supply camp, he could maintain order and work methodically. "Who is that?" Devers pointed at him and asked. "Mirces, Menin's logistics officer. This fat pig is too bad. The last time I came here to find a woman, he actually took 2 silver coins from me." Olivers said angrily. Devers looked thoughtfully at the pack beasts that were roaring loudly and asked, "Have we ever marched at night before?" "Very rarely. If there is no moonlight, you can't see anything at all. Even if there is, it's very difficult to walk at night. Those big guys are even more troublesome. Although they are docile now, they are easily frightened at night. There have been a few incidents in the past where they have injured people. So the supply team will go separately from us," Hilo said. Devers thought about it, put their luggage in Hilo's hands, and walked out of the team. "Hey, come back quickly. Mirces is not to be trifled with," Oliver shouted. Afraid that Devers would be at a disadvantage, Matones also rushed over. "Stop!" The guard pointed his spear at Devers. "It's not your turn yet. Please line up." Devers indicated that he was empty-handed and said, "I have something to talk to Mirces about." The guard subconsciously looked back and then shook his head. "If I were you, I wouldn't disturb that fat man when he's busy." "All right." Devers smiled slyly and shouted, "Mirces, I can help you solve the problem of the livestock being easily frightened at night." His shout attracted the attention of all the soldiers. "Isn't that Devers? He can even solve this problem, as expected of the favored." "What's the favored?" "Don't you know? Divers is a god blessed." That's what Olivers told him. Devers listened to the discussion and knew that he had already accomplished half of his goal. "You can solve the problem of the livestock." Mirces walked over and sized up Devers, asking suspiciously, "Of course, he's the Devers." Matones had almost become his fan. "You're the Devers." "The Devers who made the bacon sausage." Mirces' expression changed as he asked in surprise. Devers nodded. "Quick, help me see if there are any problems with the sausage I made." With that, Mirces pulled Devers inside. When Devers saw the bacon sausage he made and pointed out the flaws, Mirces grumbled, "You should have told me how to make the sausage first, not those soldiers who only know how to kill. You have to know that they only know how to squander and waste." Unfortunately, when I heard about this, the meat and organs were almost gone. Luckily, I reacted quickly. As Mirces spoke, he suddenly remembered the purpose of Devers's visit. "Oh, I almost forgot. You said that you can solve the problem of the pack animals being easily frightened at night? It's simple. Blindfold them. Cows and horses are gentle and timid by nature. When they can't see, they won't dare to move. They will only blindly follow the instructions given to them by the people who lead them," Devers said seriously. In his previous life, the old farmer in the village had told him this when he was chatting with him. "Oh, so that's how it is. I'll try." Mirces turned and ran, but he suddenly stopped. "Devers, I hope you can come here often. If you want to play with women, I won't charge you." Devers smiled. This is a serious fatty. Chapter 13. When the sun began to set in the west, the soldiers began to organize their equipment. They put on the breastplate, which was made of multiple layers of linen glued together. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters thick, very hard and tough, but not too heavy. The hem reached the thigh and was cut into a wing-like shape to facilitate movement. They put on the shin plate to protect their calves. They tied the Greek army knife to their waists. It was a curved sword, 65 centimeters long, single-edged, and curved like a dog's hind leg. Corinth's helmet could not be worn at this time, because marching at night made it hard to see clearly, and this kind of helmet, which only exposed the mouth and eyes, would narrow the vision. Devers imitated others and tied the helmet to the 2-meter-long spear. The spear was the main weapon of the Greek heavy infantry. The spear shaft was made of ash, the leaf-shaped spearhead was made of iron, and the end of the spear shaft was inlaid with a copper tail nail. Devers picked up the round shield with his left hand. It was shallow bowl-shaped, made of wood inside and covered with copper outside. It was about 90 centimeters in diameter, and the face of Minotaur was painted on the shield. There was a belt on the inside that could be inserted from the left arm to the elbow, so that the soldier could put his entire left forearm on the round shield. Not only did it save effort, but it was also easier to defend and attack with the shield. There was also a small metal hook inlaid on the inner outer edge of the round shield, which could be hung on the shoulder, making it easy to carry when marching. Devers held the shield in his left hand and the spear in his right. He could not help but smile bitterly. He had changed from a modern man to an ancient Western armored warrior. However, all the cells in his body were cheering and boiling, making him realize that this was the body's muscle memory at work. He tried to take a few steps and felt very comfortable. He was nervous and a little excited. Every man had the dream of a warrior in his heart. It was an inheritance in the blood of his ancestors, since the era when they ate raw meat and drank blood. Modern people in the era of peace could no longer feel the courage to fight face to face, but the Devers of this era had such an opportunity. While Devers was still adapting to the equipment, Helos reminded him, "You still have things you haven't taken." He saw 2 javelins and a skewer of sausages on the ground. He smiled bitterly. "I really brought this upon myself." He carefully put the sausage on his chest, afraid that the grease would get on his breastplate. At this moment, Antonios came over and said to Helos, "We have to go to the supply camp and move together with Meresis." After saying that, he nodded at the Devers. Obviously, the reputation of the Devers had reached the ears of this squadron leader, and he did not dare to take them lightly. "Who gave the order? Isn't Menon still with Aureus?" Helos asked curiously. He was not too willing to move together with the supply camp. Not to mention the slow movement, it was also very dangerous. Adjutant Felicius's orders. He's temporarily acting as Menon's commander. The last time the Persia attacked our camp, most of the slaves in the supply camp escaped. They are now short of manpower, so Merzes specifically asked us to help. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the Devers again. "Devers, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again." He walked past the officers and soldiers and gave the Devers a hug. He knew it was this fatty who was playing tricks. The Devers smiled helplessly. "Everyone else go get the animals." "The Devers will come with me," he ordered. This fatty was strict and ruthless when he was not familiar with you, but once the relationship was good, he was overly enthusiastic. Wasn't this helping him attract hatred? The Devers hurriedly refused. The supply camp had hundreds of animals and dozens of ox carts full of goods, as well as many slaves and women. At the same time, the column formed could be up to 2 miles long. This was just a military camp. One could imagine how bloated the entire Greek mercenary army was. The Devers observed all this and pondered in their hearts. At this moment, a long camp horn sounded in the night over the noisy camp. It was time to set off. The Devers subconsciously tightened the ox rope, feeling a little nervous. The team began to move forward. The supply camp was on the right, the troops on the left, and the officers held their torches high. under the illumination of the cold moonlight. The entire Greek army was like a long fire dragon that couldn't be seen, slowly crawling forward. After walking for about 2 hours, they heard the sound of running water in front of them. The Devers knew that they were almost at the Euphrates River. The river at night was dark, and when they looked into it, it seemed to be infinitely wide and deep, inspiring great fear. So the team was much quieter, lest they alarm the river god. At this time, the formation naturally became the supply camp, marching along the left bank of the Euphrates River. The troops were on the outside, protecting the property of their camp. Obviously, the leaders had some experience in marching at night. Divers saw all of this and learned from him. Menon's troops were at the end of the line. Of course, this was not Malone's request. In fact, he had asked someone to come back and ask his troops to walk in the middle of the line. But the leaders were all dissatisfied with Menon, because when they first marched from Asia to Babylon, Menon had rushed to be the vanguard in order to perform in front of little Cyrus, burning and looting, and had gained a lot of benefits. Now that they were going to retreat, they wanted to walk in the middle so that their soldiers would not be attacked and lose less. How could he take all the good things? So they unanimously decided to let his team go last. This was what Mircea, Myron's confidant, had told the Devers, giving him a certain understanding of Menon. At this moment, Tormid, the herald of the army, finally rushed to Menon's team and relayed the order. The front has already met up with Aureus's army. The leaders are discussing with Aureus. Please rest where you are. Keep your guard up and wait for orders. The quiet team suddenly became restless. We can finally rest for a while. We've been walking for 2 hours. I'm dying of exhaustion. Me too. It's too tiring to lead the ox cart. We can't follow the supply camp tomorrow. That's right. Go tell the squadron commander tomorrow. Say it now. Looking at the noisy warriors, the Devers stood up and said loudly, "Brothers, please be quiet. Brothers, I'm Devers." Unexpectedly, his shout was more effective than that of the squadron commander, Antonio's. The soldiers of the supply camp stopped making noise and wanted to hear what the blessed had to say. "I'll tell you a story to relieve your fatigue, okay?" "What story?" "It's called Eris and the 40 Thieves." "Sounds good. Tell me about it." So the Devers cleared his throat and began to speak loudly. Once upon a time, there was a family living in a small town in Ionia. Gradually, the supply camp became completely quiet, and even the pack animals stopped neighing. The soldiers, as well as the slaves and women, listened attentively. They were envious that Eris had inadvertently obtained the thieves' wealth, amused that Eris's brother was randomly using the cave password, nervous that the thieves had found Eris's house, and applauded the slave girl's wisdom. After the story was told, everyone was still unsatisfied. "Eris is so lucky. He's lucky because he has a smart and beautiful slave girl from Persia. Yes, I think he can redeem the slave girl and make her a free person. After all, she saved Eris. Idiot. He should marry the slave girl as a concubine. That way, the slave girl can continue to help him." Everyone discussed endlessly. "Devers, is there really a cave full of gold and silver?" Even Mercies could not help but lean over to the Devers and ask. Antonios looked at the back of the Devers in front of him and could not help but sigh. "Helos, your village has produced a talent. Are you talking about the Devers?" "Of course, he's a blessed. I even want to give him my position as squad leader." "Squad leader?" Antonios curled his lips. A mercenary leader would often replace his soldiers, and most of the middle and senior officers who led the team were his confidants. They would not be easily changed because it would make it easier for him to control the troops. Antonios had been with Menon for 5 or 6 years, and because he had taken on missions, he had seen many powerful figures in Greece and Persia, so he had some experience in judging people. After a day of observation, he found that the Devers had a calm personality and was not at all like a 19-year-old child. He did things methodically, treated people modestly and politely, and was eloquent. The soldiers were happy to get close to him. However, he often had fantastic ideas and could solve problems that others could not solve. When marching, he saw with his own eyes that the Devers were either helping others carry shields or push carts. Such a person, even though he was young, could be trusted. Chapter 14. The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, the army was urged to hurry on with their journey. Menon bade farewell to Arius and rushed back to lead his troops. As he rode towards the tail of the long dragon of Greek mercenaries, he cursed Crilcus and the others in his heart. He believed that he had allowed his troops to serve as the rear guard because the mercenary leaders were jealous of his close relationship with the Persia and persecuted him. At the same time, he noticed that the marching soldiers looked tired and complained. It turned out that because of the march last night, the rest time was too short, and they had to guard against Persia's sneak attack. They had basically slept on the ground. Early in the morning, they had to hurry again, and the soldiers were soon tired and hungry. However, the lack of food in the various supply camps caused the morale of the soldiers to drop. Menon thought, the food situation in the other camps is so bad, wouldn't the subordinates who have been bullied because of my absence be even more miserable these past 2 days? He was afraid that the soldiers would cause trouble, so he urged his horse all the way and only slowed down when he saw many familiar faces. He was surprised to find that, unlike what he had imagined, these soldiers were in good spirits, and many of them were chewing on a string of black things hanging from their chests as they walked. So he curiously called over a team officer to ask, "This is called bacon sausage. It fills the stomach, and it won't go bad even after a few days," the team officer said, pointing to the thing on his chest. Menon cut off a small piece and tasted it. Although it was a little dry, it tasted okay. Seeing that the soldiers of the other camps were starving while his own soldiers were full, his mood became cheerful. This bacon sausage was made by Mercies. No, it's a Devers, a favored. A favored. Menon asked curiously about the situation in detail, and after listening to the team officer, his face began to turn gloomy, and he immediately noticed that some of the soldiers had indeed taken 2 more javelins. Where is this Devers? His company has been sent to guard the supply camp. The team officer obviously didn't know how to read between the lines, and asked with slight excitement, "Are you going to see him?" The team officer's expression dispelled Menon's idea. He was just a bumpkin from a small village in Thessaly. Was he worth making a fuss about? It was not in line with his status to meet a soldier in a hurry. Moreover, they were on the march now. There would be plenty of time for him to meet him in the future. From early morning to late afternoon, the troops kept marching without any rest. Devers felt as if their legs were filled with lead, and every step was difficult. Their throats were dry, and their shields, spears, and javelins were all burdens. In the morning, he could still talk and laugh with his companions, but now he felt that even opening his mouth was a waste of his strength. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered, because his companions around him were also marching in silence. Finally, the troops stopped. The news that came from the front made them, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, nervous again. Persia's cavalry was spotted. It was not long before news came that they were not horsemen, but the beasts of burden of Persia grazing. The procession continued to advance. The sky was getting dark, and after walking for a short while, Devers saw dense plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Helos told him, that must be the camp of the Persia army. However, the procession was still moving forward, without the slightest intention of taking precautions or hiding. It was late, and there was no moonlight. The soldiers relied on torches to move forward, and the march became more difficult. Finally, an order came from the front: pitch camp and rest. The terrain here was flat, and there were few trees. In addition, it was impossible to direct the construction of camps in the dark. At the same time, because there were Persia troops nearby, they were worried about being attacked. The soldiers shouted the names of their friends to each other and gathered in groups to find a way to camp. The equally exhausted team officers could not control the order, and the entire rear guard was shouting in a mess, like a boiling cauldron making a loud noise. Many of the beasts of burden of the supply camp were frightened and fled in panic, injuring many people. The screams made the troops even more frightened and uneasy, and they were in danger of collapsing at any time. At the critical moment, Cricus sent out the only cavalry squad in the Greek mercenary army, all armed with torches, to rush to the rear guard and loudly announce Cricus's orders, asking the soldiers to remain silent. At the same time, he ordered the supply camp to look after the livestock and punish anyone who let go of the beasts of burden. After capturing a few soldiers who were causing trouble out of fear, the troops gradually returned to silence. Only then did Menon find the leader of the cavalry, Tormid, known as the best herald. How did Cricus command the troops to march? There was almost a howl in the camp. I was gone for just 1 day, and things have gotten so bad. He's not fit to command the entire army. Menon took the opportunity to belittle Cricus. Tormid tactfully said nothing. Where is he now? Tormid hesitated for a moment. In the front guard. Menon noticed his hesitation and immediately asked, Is he like us, without a camp to live in? Tormid had to tell the truth. The front guard lives in the village. Menon, this is a special time. Menon interrupted him with a sneer. This is the so-called fair, and just Cricus. He lives in a warm house while we sleep on the cold and wet ground. Menon also understood that it was not appropriate to agitate the soldiers at this moment, but he could not help but roar. Fortunately, the soldiers around him were already exhausted from the previous torment, and after a few curses, they all fell asleep on the ground. Menon! Menon! Someone shouted at this moment. It was Mercis. Menon hurriedly brought him over. How are things over there? Are there any losses? The supply camp was the place he was most concerned about, because his belongings were all there. Only with money could there be soldiers. No. A smug smile appeared on Mercis's fat face. We formed a large circle around the supply wagons, tied the beasts of burden to the wagons, and everyone slept inside. It's very safe. Don't those animals kick and scream? Tormid asked curiously. Most of the supply camps he had seen before were in chaos. It was the Devers who told me to blindfold these animals, and they were very obedient. Mercis said excitedly. It was that Devers again. Menon frowned. Menon, this little guy is very smart. Why don't you assign him to the supply camp? That'll make things much easier for me, Mercis requested. We'll talk about it later, Menon said lightly. The supply camp was his foundation. Mercis was his relative, and he was good at financial management and had no ambition. That was why he dared to use him with confidence. What if he let a stranger into the supply camp? And a smart stranger at that. What if he discovered his secret? Early the next morning, the herald woke Menon up and informed him that the king's messenger had arrived, and the leaders had invited him over for a discussion. Menon mounted his horse and galloped towards the mercenary camp at the front. He could no longer see the Persia camp in his field of vision. It turned out that the loud noise of the mercenaries last night had frightened the Persia people, and they had retreated 10 miles from the camp overnight. When he was about to reach the military tent, Menon saw 4 heavy infantry brigades in front of the camp, fully armed and waiting. Puzzled, he walked into the tent and saw Cricus, Proxenus, Achilles, Socrates, not the philosopher from Athens, Sosius, and several other leaders already waiting in the tent, all fully armed. Seeing Cricus, Menon snorted and said sarcastically, It seems that you all had a good night last night. Only my soldiers are more pitiful, sleeping on the wet ground all night. As a Sparta, Cricus was straightforward and stubborn. He also disliked Menon and did not want to talk to him much. Achilles chuckled. Oh, since when did Menon start to care about the soldiers? Proxenus hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Menon, I heard from Tormid that there was no accident in your supply camp last night. That's amazing. Teach us some of your experience too. It's not just the supply camp. Menin soldiers also made something called bacon sausages. As a result, everyone starved except for his soldiers. Socrates said to the others. That's right, Socrates said to the others. His troops happened to be in front of Myron's troops in the marching column, so he knew the situation better. Menin, tell us about your experience in the camp. The requests of Sosius and the other leaders made Melon a little smug, and he could not help but say, even if the environment arranged for me is difficult, I can still think of a way to solve it. So it's not a good leader to just know how to fight. All right, let the messenger of the king of Persia come in. Let's hear together, what new proposals does this king have? Crilcus interrupted Menin's bragging. Chapter 15. Unexpectedly, the Persia emissary did not mention the surrender of the Greek mercenaries, but proposed a truce between the two armies. Of course, the mercenaries who were already in trouble could not ask for more. After some negotiations, the two sides reached a truce, and the Persia would provide provisions for the Greeks. This was a blessing for the mercenaries, because their food reserves had been depleted. Originally, they were going to burn and loot the villages along the way. Although there was a truce, Crilcus did not let down his guard. The Persia emissary led the way in front, and Crilcus ordered the whole army to march in a battle formation of 3 columns and 4 columns. Along the way, they encountered trenches 3 or 4 meters wide, blocking the way. The trenches were filled with sewage, and the soldiers had to cut down trees to build wooden bridges. The Devers in the supply camp of the rear guard had it easy. Look, that's Crilcus. Following the direction of Oliver's finger, Divers saw a tall middle-aged man. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bronze in color. There were a few obvious scars on his body. He was carrying a piece of freshly cut tree trunk with the soldiers. Walking to the ditch, he took the lead and jumped into the ditch without hesitation. Not caring about the mud splashed on his head, he immediately began to repair the broken wooden bridge. Yes, this is Crilcus. And where is our Menin? Metones said with a sigh full of meaning. Due to the conflict between Menin and Crilcus, the troops led by Menin had also fought because of the conflict. But the soldiers were not fools. They had seen what their leaders had done. Who was trustworthy? Who was more capable? Their hearts were as clear as a mirror. There were more than a dozen mercenary leaders, but why was Crilcus the leader? It was not unreasonable. This was the way of commanding troops. The Devers had been watching Crilcus' performance and said to themselves in their hearts, near dusk, the Greeks arrived at their destination. The Persia emissary not only prepared comfortable accommodation for the Greek mercenaries in the village, but also provided abundant food, fruit, wine, drinks, bread, palm dates. The soldiers could not help but cheer. For a moment, the Devers were also puzzled. Could it be that the Persia were really afraid of the Greek heavy infantry and really wanted a truce? Just as he and his companions tasted the food and were about to gorge themselves after confirming that there was no problem, Antonios came. Devers, Menin wants to see you. Now. Devers gulped. Now. Antonius nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing. Menin just heard that the Devers had helped us solve several problems. Out of curiosity, he wanted to see him. Maybe there would be a reward. Seeing the concerned looks on everyone's faces, Antonios made a guarantee. Antonios took the Devers to a large house in the middle of the village and said to the guard at the door, Menin wants to see the Devers. He's already here. The guard looked at the Devers curiously, then said, Menin is busy right now. Please wait a moment. After a while, there was still no movement inside. The Devers still spoke to Antonios calmly. Antonios, however, was anxious. What's not done yet? I'll go in and urge him. With that, he was about to rush in when he was stopped by the guard. Antonios, do you want me to be scolded? Antonios glared at him, and the guard finally gave in. I'm afraid of you. I'll go in and take a look. With that, he turned and ran into the house. After a while, he came out. Go in, Menin is waiting, he said. but his eyes did not dare to meet Antonio's. The Devers were about to go in when Antonio's pressed his shoulder and said, "Menon sometimes has a bad temper. If he says something about you, don't argue with him. Just listen." The Devers smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a child." Antonio's nodded. The conversation along the way gave him a deeper understanding of the Devers. This young man was far more stable than his peers. Watching the Devers enter the house, Antonio's thought, "That's not right. If he's not a child, who is a child? Menon?" He smiled helplessly. It seemed that this young man was not to be trifled with. He turned to the guard and said angrily, "Bordicus, you deliberately left us here." "Oh, Antonio's, you're a sensible man. Who else but Menon would do such a boring thing?" "Humph. That young man is the favored of Hades you mentioned. I think he seems to understand what's going on, and he just smiled at me." The Devers certainly understood what was going on. He had seen a lot in his previous life, and it was just a show of strength. The more people used this method, the less confident they were in their control. Was Menon such a person? The Devers curled his lips and crossed the small courtyard to the main house. "Leader Menon, the soldier Devers have been ordered to come. Come in." A sharp and clear voice came from the house. The Devers strode into the house. There was a man sitting in the middle of the living room, still wearing a shiny breastplate, but it did not seem to make him more dignified, because if he shaved off his white face, he would definitely be considered handsome. The Devers could not help but think of some bad rumors about Menon, such as the ambiguous story between him and Aureus, the adjutant of Cyrus the Younger. He suddenly felt a little nervous. This man couldn't be thinking about me. Menon was also sizing up the Devers. A strong body, average height, average appearance, and a slightly immature face without even a beard. But standing there, he gave off a different temperament. "Well, I heard you're some favored, so I'd like to ask, is the truce with us in Persia sincere? Or do they have other ideas?" Menon asked seemingly casually. "Sorry, leader. I don't know." The Devers answered without hesitation. The Devers' direct answer stunned Menon a little, and finally a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Then tell me, can we go home safely this time?" "I don't know." The Devers' answer was still straightforward. "Bastard." Menon flew into a rage and slammed the chair hard. "Didn't you say to the whole camp that you had an oracle? Didn't you tell the others that you knew everything? Now you're not talking. You liar." The Devers raised his eyebrows. "Leader Menon, I'm lucky to have survived the battlefield, but I've never claimed to be a favored. My teammates can attest to this. What other people think and say is their business, and I don't care. As for the oracle, I've never said anything about it. It's just that sometimes when I chat with my teammates and talk about what we might encounter next, I'm lucky to say it. Whether we can go home safely is something you have to worry about, leader. We soldiers just want to talk and get some comfort and encouragement after the battle." After hearing this, Menon's first reaction was that this guy was eloquent and he couldn't find anything to counter him for a while. The way he looked directly at Menon with a calm gaze made Menon feel the other party's boldness. Menon was a little irritated, and after a moment of daze he waved his hand and said, "I'll look into what you said. In short, don't speculate about the Persia. It will affect the morale of the soldiers." The Devers immediately bowed his head and said obediently, "Yes." Menon's mood improved a little, and he reached out to grab a handful of drachmas and said, "Anyway, this time your idea helped our troops, and this is a reward for me, the mercenary leader, Menon. Remember, next time you have any good ideas, just tell me, and I'll give you a reward." The Devers pretended to be happy and reached out to take it. "Thank you, leader." Chapter 16. It should be said that the Persia not only fulfilled their promise, but they also did it very well. They brought the Greeks to a fertile land. The land was densely covered with farmland and surrounded by more than a dozen rich villages. The Greeks even vacated 2 villages for the garrison camp and prepared a lot of delicious food. After a few days of exhaustion and hunger, The soldiers ate to their heart's content. The next day, when Divers woke up, he felt that his fatigue had been swept away, and he was full of energy. Thinking of what the Persians had done, he was a little confused. If this was a strategy of arrogance, was it really necessary to pay such a big price? Could it be that this was a country that bullied the weak and feared the strong, just like the Northern Song in China's history? He tried to recall what the university professor he had invited to teach him when he was studying at the party school in his previous life. The professor had said that the Persians took advantage of the decline of the Medes and Assyria, the hegemons of the Mesopotamia, to rise to power, because Cyrus had adopted a policy of tolerance for the cultures and religions of all races. All races surrendered wherever they went, and their territory snowballed. How could such a vast territory be managed? First of all, Persia's birthplace, Persepolis, was the capital and was personally ruled by the king. Mesopotamia was the most fertile area and was directly ruled by the king. Other areas were governed by governors. Most of the ethnic groups were autonomous and paid taxes regularly. Wait a minute, Mesopotamia was directly ruled by the king of Persia. Devers had a flash of inspiration. In his memory, when the mercenaries passed through Cilicia, Cyrus the Younger allowed the Greeks to plunder. But after crossing the Tapasacus River and entering the Mesopotamia, the management was much stricter. Even when they bought things, they had to pay according to the price. Could it be? Could it be? Devers, come with me to see assists. A big hand pulled Devers up and interrupted his thoughts. Who? Devers asked Helos in confusion. Assists is Antonios's nephew. Yesterday, when he was crossing the wooden bridge, the bridge suddenly broke and he fell into the river. The broken would also pierced a big hole in his thigh. Unexpectedly this morning his whole body was hot and he was unconscious. He even said some strange things, and the doctor could not do anything about it. Antonius wants you to take a look, Helos said anxiously. Strange words. It seems that he has already reached hell and encountered Rhadamantos. I reckon there's no hope. When Oliver saw Helos glaring at him, he quickly corrected himself. Of course, Devers, you are Hades' beloved. He has no choice but to come back to life. Devers looked troubled. I really want to help, but I don't know how to treat illnesses. Helos comforted him. Antonius understands. It's just that for someone who is about to lose a loved one, he has to give it a try even if there's a little hope. Facing Helos's expectant gaze, Devers was silent. His nervous mood, just now, slowly calmed down. Even if I can't save assists, can I erase the help I've given to everyone these past 2 days? Apart from pretending to be mysterious, can't I gain their trust with my abilities? Without this nickname, perhaps some of Menon's jealousy and hatred toward him could be relieved. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. I'll go too. Georges, who was in the room, also stood up. They came to a room with closed doors and windows. There were shadows in the room. Divers is here. His words quickly made the people make way for him. Devers came to the bed and saw a young man in his 20s lying on the bed, his eyes closed, his lips dry, and his body red. There was a wedge-shaped wound about 6 centimeters long near his left thigh, and the wound was swollen to the size of a fist. He was talking nonsense, and his hands and feet were twitching, but he was held down tightly by someone. Devers first put his hand against the patient's forehead, and it was so hot that it burned his hand. He then gently pressed his hand against the swelling, and green pus flowed out of the wound. His fingers felt sticky, and there was a faint fragrance. At this moment, the man who was holding down the patient raised his head, looked at him, and said, I applied sesame oil made from grape leaves to the wound, hoping to calm him down, but it doesn't seem to be working. His name is Helps, and he's our camp's doctor, Helos said in a low voice, seeing the Devers' confusion. Such a strong man was actually a doctor. Devers looked at him and blurted out, Why don't you use bloodletting? Is it necessary to use bloodletting? I was considering that in case of bloodletting, it would take a long time for assists to recover, and we're on our way home. Helps explained, I even used what little malficarum I had left, but it seems that the spice therapy didn't work at all. He looked a little depressed. No wonder there was a strange smell in the air, and I thought it was the body odor of these people. Didn't the West love to use bloodletting to treat diseases before the Renaissance? Devers thought about some interesting stories about the ancient West that he had read in his previous life. Oh, what's your name? Which camp did Antonio's invite the doctor from? Helps asked. Devers hesitated, thinking about how to answer. Antonio's, who was waiting anxiously at the side, interrupted. He's Devers, the god's favored of Pluto Hades. After saying that, without looking at Helps's expression, he asked the Devers anxiously, assists. Does he still have hope? I'll try my best, but I might not succeed, Devers answered cautiously. Just try your best. Just try your best. Antonio's tired face had a hint of relief. Do you need us to prepare the altar and the statue of Hades now? What for? For praying. Devers glanced around. Except for Helps, who was watching coldly, the others were looking at him with anticipation and excitement. They were waiting to see the god's arrival. Devers found it funny and said solemnly, I don't know how to pray. I don't know how to pray either. But I know some other methods of treatment, and I can try it. If you only want God to save assists, then I can only leave. Oh, some people groaned in disappointment. Antonio seemed to understand something, and immediately said firmly, We'll do as you say. Devers said this because, first, he wanted to find a way out if his treatment failed, and second, he didn't want these people to associate him with God. Ask everyone to wait outside. Open the doors and windows. Boil a jar of water. Find a few clean linen cloths, and put them in the boiling water. At the same time, find a sharp, unrusted knife, and put it in the boiling water. Also, bring a few jars of cold water into the house. Devers instructed slowly and clearly in a loud voice. Antonio's, Helos, and Geogres didn't question him at all. Instead, they began to carry out his orders, seriously, rushing around. Helps originally thought that Devers was a witch doctor, and he didn't look friendly at all. Now that he saw that his arrangements were quite serious, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Devers, how are you going to treat him? The wound didn't bleed a lot, so obviously the blood vessels weren't injured. However, the wound is red and swollen, and there's pus, and there's a high fever. It's obviously caused by the wound infection, so we can first debridement and reduce the fever, Devers explained in detail. For modern people, this was just common sense. However, in this uncivilized era, people often thought that it was the work of gods and spirits, which was why witch doctors were so popular. Helps had previously thought that Devers was a witch doctor. After listening to Devers's words, Helps' eyes lit up. This is similar to the method that Hippocrates proposed to treat fractures: debridement, traction, and reduction. Hippocrates of Kos? Devers was very familiar with this name. After all, Hippocrates was known as the father of Western medicine. Yes. Do you know him? I'm not familiar with him, but I've heard of him. When I passed by the Aegean Sea, I wanted to visit him, but he wasn't there. Although many doctors in Greece don't agree with him, he has indeed cured many people. Seeing Help's regretful and envious look, Devers had an idea. Can you be my assistant later? Chapter 17. Geogres, help me hold assists down. Helps. Fold the linen soaked in cold water and place it on his forehead. Then, use another piece of linen to constantly wipe both sides of his neck. Helos, wring out the linen that has been scalded in boiling water and wipe the area around the wound. Take out the knife from the boiling water and warm it over the fire. When Devers took the knife, he hesitated. After all, the previous steps were common sense, and modern people could do them. But this wound was wedge-shaped, and it had to be debrided. In his previous life, he had only seen farmers get injured in the mountain village. Sometimes they would complain that the hospital was too far away and let the barefoot doctors do it. He gritted his teeth and said, Geogres, press tight. As he spoke, he used the knife to cut open the skin. He's quieter now, Helps shouted in surprise. Devers wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and looked at Assists, who was no longer struggling. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Keep wiping his forehead and neck with cold water, and pay attention to the linen on the wound. If you find that it's covered with pus again, follow my previous method and debridement. Yes, Devers. At that moment, Help's attitude was respectful, as if Devers were his teacher. Devers glanced at the small piece of sawdust on the ground that had been taken from the depths of the wound and felt a sense of accomplishment. When Helos and Geogres walked out of the house, the people waiting anxiously outside swarmed up and asked about Assis's condition. He's much better, Geogres said proudly. The people cheered in amazement. Devers quickly said, Assists is not out of danger yet. These 2 days are the most dangerous for him. He must rely on himself to fight against the disease. Helps will do my best to take care of him. The Devers then said to Antonios, make sure your nephew drinks plenty of water, but remember not to drink unboiled water, but boiled and cooled water. Also, when he's more clear-headed, make him some oatmeal. But he will spit it out, Antonius said awkwardly. Feed him again if he vomits. He's consumed too much energy and needs food to sustain him. Devers sighed, glanced at the people around, and said, Assists needs to rest quietly. Don't let anyone disturb him. Keep the room ventilated. It's best if you can make a fire to dry the air. Antonios took note of it seriously. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, if everything is done, will Assists recover? Devers fell silent. In my previous life, a bottle of antibiotics would have solved the problem. However, this was an uncivilized era that lacked doctors and medicine. In addition, he was also a second hand. He couldn't come to a conclusion and could only say, we'll do our best. In the end, he still has to rely on himself. Looking at the respectful gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly took his leave. I'm sorry, I have to go back. Wait a little longer. Devers will be back soon. When Devers and the others returned to their dormitory, they saw Matones dragging someone with all his might. When he saw Devers, he shouted happily, Hey, Devers, you're finally back. I brought Xenophon for you. Xenophon. Devers's eyes widened, and the man was staring at him. In Devers's eyes, Xenophon was about 30 years old. He wasn't tall and had a common Greek appearance. He had black curly hair, a high nose, a square face, and a thick beard. What was more special was that he had a rather wide forehead and a pair of intelligent and inquisitive eyes. When Xenophon saw that Devers turned out to be a childish boy, he was a little disappointed. Soon, he discovered something special about this young man. The few people behind the young man were obviously older than him, but they surrounded him as if they were following a leader, which made him stand out from the crowd. Xenophon of Athens, the young man asked. Yes, a student of Socrates. That's right. Xenophon's curiosity grew. He was from Athens, and most people in the camp knew about him. Only a few people knew about Socrates' students. Most of the Greeks who went to Persia were poor people from Ionia, Thessaly, and Thrace. They had no money, no land, and it was difficult for them to make a living. That was why they came out to earn money. Of course, most of them were illiterate. Not to mention Xenophon, who was still a nobody. Even Socrates, who was famous in Greece, was not known by many people. Which teacher did you study under? Xenophon asked quickly. I don't know a word of Greek, Devers said frankly. Xenophon was taken aback by his reply. His confident expression, as if being illiterate was no big deal, made it difficult for Xenophon to feel a trace of contempt. Devers, I especially went for a walk around the various camps today. I heard that there's someone called Xenophon in Proxenus's camp, so I brought him here for you. It should be him, right? Matones said, as if he was asking for credit, This companion of yours insisted on dragging me over. He even said that I was someone that the blessed was looking for. He talked a lot about you along the way, Xenophon said with a faint smile. Thank you, Matones. Devers only felt grateful to someone who remembered everything he said casually and worked hard to accomplish it. He then said to Xenophon, "Matones is a very passionate person. You can feel it after spending some time with him." Matones scratched his head in embarrassment. Xenophon understood Devers's tactful apology. He shrugged to show that he didn't mind. Then he stared at Devers and asked, "Then is what he said true? The blessed? What do you think? In the land of Persia, will the gods still protect the Greeks?" Devers asked. "Of course. No matter where we are, the gods have never given up on us." Xenophon answered without hesitation, "I can come here because of Apollo's oracle." Xenophon's answer surprised Devers. Didn't they say that the more knowledgeable a person was, the more they would believe in themselves and atheism? He underestimated the extent of the Greeks' worship of the gods. So he asked in surprise, "What's with Apollo's oracle?" Xenophon began to narrate the story with some excitement. It turned out that half a year ago he had received an invitation letter from his good friend Proxenus in Athens. In the letter, Proxenus told Xenophon that Cyrus the Younger, the Prince of Persia, was a great man who was full of goodwill towards the Greeks and recruited talented Greeks to work for him. Proxenus had accepted Cyrus the Younger's recruitment and invited Xenophon to help him in Asia Minor, promising to recommend Xenophon to the Prince of Persia. At that time, Athens had just ended the tyrannical rule of the 30 tyrants supported by Sparta. The Democrats had adopted a moderate policy to restore order in the city, and at the same time they had reached a reconciliation with Sparta. The peace in Athens made young Xenophon want to go to Asia Minor to broaden his horizons. However, he was hesitant, so he asked his teacher Socrates for advice. Because Sparta had defeated Athens with the help of Cyrus the Younger, Socrates was worried that Xenophon would be punished by the government of Athens for associating with Cyrus the Younger. So Socrates sent him to Delphi to ask for an oracle. Xenophon asked the god Apollo, "Which god do I want to pray to so that I can successfully complete the journey in my heart and return home safely?" The oracle told him the name of the god, and he followed the oracle and offered sacrifices to the designated god. Then he set sail for Asia Minor and joined Proxenus's team. "What is the name that the oracle of Delphi gave you?" Olivers asked eagerly. Chapter 18. Everyone could not help but exclaim, "This is amazing! Xenophon has come to Persia under Hades' instructions." Devers, you have never seen Xenophon, but you know about him through the oracle. This is Hades blessing us. Everyone began to chant Pluto's hymn devoutly. Although Devers was surprised, he thought it was just a coincidence. He pretended to follow everyone in chanting the hymn and then said, "Even with Pluto's blessing, we still need to work hard to pass the test and return to Greece safely." Devers are not very confident about returning home smoothly. Xenophon looked at the Devers. Xenophon believed in prophecies, dreams, and prophecies. It was because he heard that the Devers were Hades' favorites that he had come to investigate. Because of Hades, he believed that there must be some mysterious connection between him and the Devers. "I'm just an ordinary infantryman, like a frog in a well. I don't understand the situation at the top, so it's inevitable that I'm confused." Devers said calmly, "You are a close friend of Proxenus and the most outstanding student of Socrates. I hope you can tell us what kind of situation we are facing now so that we can clear up our confusion." Olivers wanted to say something, but Devers stopped him with a look. Xenophon did not pass on the responsibility and said, "I think our return to Greece should be smooth this time." "Why?" Xenophon felt a sense of responsibility because he had come to Persia under the guidance of the gods. In the face of this possible disaster, when everyone was panicking, he thought that this was the reason the gods had sent him. So he had been running back and forth in the camp these few days, helping Proxenus stabilize the morale of the army. He looked at everyone and said patiently, "First, our Greek heavy infantry is strong while the Persia army is weak. Since the battle at Hot Spring Pass, we Greeks have always had the upper hand against the Persia. The previous battle with the Persia king is even more telling. Our fierce charge directly caused them to collapse. It can be seen that the Persians' fear of the Greek heavy infantry was deep in their blood. Although their cavalry is stronger than ours, what use is that? The cavalry can only investigate and harass, but they don't dare to fight head-on, which doesn't help their combat power increase. That's right, the cavalry are all cowards. Matones exclaimed in agreement. Xenophon suddenly looked a little embarrassed. But the Persian cavalry's javelins and arrows have caused us a lot of trouble, Helos reminded. But the cavalry is just like their infantry. They lack the skills and courage to fight us head-on. Bows and arrows alone won't be able to shake our courage. As long as we decide to retreat, they won't be able to stop us from leaving, Xenophon said confidently, based on his understanding of the cavalry. Secondly, I heard from the people of Persia that their new king, Artaxerxes, was a gentle and timid person since he was a child. This was also the reason why little Cyrus dared to rebel. It is said that in the region of Susa and Persia, the friends of Cyrus the Younger have responded. Though Artaxerxes was fortunate enough to kill Cyrus the Younger, he would never dare to risk his life to fight against us, who are stronger than him, while his rear has not yet been pacified. Thirdly, our commander Glaucus is a very capable man. Though I am from Athens and he is from Sparta, I have to admit that during the war between Athens and Sparta, he caused a lot of trouble for Athens. After that, he defeated the Thracians many times at Chalcedon. Proxenus, Menon, and the other leaders are also experienced commanders. Having dealt with the people of Persia all year round, they know the people of Persia very well. The commander of the Persians was King Artaxerxes of Persia, who had just ascended to the throne and had never commanded an army before. The general that he relied on, Tissaphones, was easily defeated by us. They weren't a match for these leaders at all. Devers listened carefully to Xenophon's speech. Through Xenophon, he learned a lot of things that he did not know before. This time he applauded sincerely. What a wonderful speech! As expected of an outstanding disciple of Socrates. Yes, as expected of someone instructed by Hades. Your words have given us confidence. Helos said sincerely. In the face of everyone's praise, Xenophon's expression was calm. Convincing ordinary soldiers was a very common thing for him. His eyes fell on Devers, as if he wanted to see what was different about Hades's favored. But you forgot to say one thing. Devers certainly could not let the other look down on him, especially in front of his teammates. Although Persia has a large territory and a large population, it cannot be effectively governed. Most of the areas are still autonomous. They have their own culture and religion, and they only need to do two things to obey Persia's rule: pay taxes and serve in the military. The people of Persia only believe in themselves, so there are very few foreign officials in their army and court. Foreigners cannot integrate into Persia, so naturally they will not work for them. I think this is one of the reasons why the Persia army collapsed as soon as they met us. Xenophon carefully listened to what Devers said and recalled what he had seen along the way. It was very consistent. He was stunned. He, who had received a strict education, did not know Persia as well as an illiterate 19-year-old youth. If this was not a favored, then what was he? Xenophon could only comfort himself in this way. You are right. This is the drawback of a king's dictatorship. On the contrary, it is the advantage of the Greek democratic system. We are fighting for ourselves. The advantage of a democratic system? Devers seemed to see the face of the country that claimed to be the world's policeman in his previous life. He curled his lips in disdain, but the attentive Xenophon saw it. Devers, do you think I am wrong? Xenophon, when do you think Athens has been the most stable and prosperous in the past century? Devers decided to use the knowledge of his previous life to awe this historical figure in front of him and leave a deep impression on him, so that his name could be passed to the upper echelons of the mercenaries through him. The period when Pericles was in power, Xenophon answered without hesitation. You forgot to mention the period when Pisistratus was in power. Devers reminded him. It was under his rule that Athens completely owned the region of Attica, flourished the port of Piraeus, and made Athens the other powerful city-state in Greece apart from Sparta. But Xenophon did not expect Devers to mention Pisistratus. The people of Athens were proud of living in the most democratic Greek city-state, and almost no one was willing to talk about that dictator. He wanted to refute, but for a moment he did not know how to start. After all, Xenophon, who had received higher education and had a wealth of knowledge, knew that what Devers said was the truth. Devers seized the opportunity and continued, "You want to say, but Athens was stronger during Pericles' rule, right?" However, there was a problem with this sentence when Pericles was in power. How many years had Pericles been a general? 30 years. He had never lost an election in 30 years, and he had been elected as the chief general many times. All the important laws and decisions of Athens, both internal and external, were proposed and formulated by him, which created the golden age of Athens. Wasn't this ironic to the democracy of Athens, which had an election every year, invented the law of banishment, and prevented dictatorship? Was Pisistratus a dictatorship? Pericles was democracy. Pericles was just more subtle and gentler than Pisistratus's political methods. How did the democratic system that you thought was superior exist without Pericles? Athens, which had more financial resources, a stronger navy, and more allies than Sparta, had internal strife and strife. The people of Athens were often unable to distinguish the truth from the lies, and were easily incited by the politicians. That was why, at the most critical moment of the expedition to Sicily, Athens' most talented general, Alcibiade, was forced to leave. The generals who had just won a crucial naval battle on the Agneses island but failed to rescue the soldiers, who fell into the water due to strong winds, were easily judged and even executed by the people. These stupid actions of Athens were not uncommon in this long war with Sparta. Is this the perfect democratic system that the people of Athens believed to be? It used up the power that it had accumulated for 100 years in constant internal strife. The democratic system of ancient Athens was one of the key points that Devers studied in the party school in his previous life, because it was the origin of the modern, Western political system. Devers still remembered it vividly. Note 1. The Western historians did not have a high evaluation of Xenophon, believing that he had only a superficial knowledge in the fields of history and philosophy. His research and understanding of history were not as deep as Thucydides and Herodotus, and his attainments in philosophy were not even comparable to his classmate Plato. Moreover, in his works he believed in prophecies, dreams, and prophecies. He often chose historical materials and judged historical facts based on his personal political likes and dislikes. He was very exaggerated. I also realized this when I read his works. However, in any case, he left behind a lot of valuable first-hand information that allowed us modern people to have a clearer understanding of that era. Otherwise, there would not be this novel that I am writing today. Chapter 19. After the defeat of Athens in the War of Peloponnesus and the brutal rule of the 30 tyrants, the knowledgeable people of Athens were more or less aware of the flaws in the system. However, no one had ever completely rejected the democratic system of Athens like the Devers did. These deafening words were like a thunderbolt, and Xenophon was stunned for a long time. In a trance, he was confused. Is Sparta the best? Sparta. The Devers sneered. When it decided to turn its compatriots into helots, referring to the Messenians, it was destined to never be strong. Although the Sparta warriors were brave, a few thousand Sparta warriors had to suppress 10 times their number of slaves. Its city-state was like a volcano. Once it suffered a major defeat, the volcano would erupt. Devers, Sparta is now the most powerful city-state in Greece. Olivers interrupted. Then let's wait and see how long its strength can last. The Devers replied confidently. He vaguely remembered that war broke out in Greece not long after. Sparta was defeated by the rising Thebes and thus declined. Is this an oracle? Several of his teammates looked surprised. The Devers smiled but did not answer. In that case, Which city-state has the best system? Xenophon asked unwillingly. The Devers also responded with a mysterious smile. At this time, Xenophon seemed to have regained his composure on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. What he had been used to and believed for decades had been shattered by the Devers' words. He did not completely lose his composure because he relied on Socrates' many years of teaching, which made him better than the average person at learning and thinking independently. He could no longer stay uneasy. He had to go back and think about what the Devers had said, and so he bid farewell to the Devers. Before leaving, the Devers asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Xenophon, have you commanded an army before?" "I was a captain of the cavalry," Xenophon answered hurriedly. Looking at Xenophon's retreating back, Diver's expression became solemn. As a student of Socrates, Xenophon's knowledge was obviously far greater than that of his teammates. But as an Athenian who had just arrived and was not famous, and had no rich experience as a mercenary, and was only an adjutant of Proxenus, how could Xenophon lead this retreat? Remembering that the author of the Long March was Xenophon himself, the Devers could not help but wonder if Xenophon had taken the credit of others and put it on himself. Devers, are Athens and Sparta really that bad? Compared to the others who were confused, Helos obviously understood and was even more confused. The Devers nodded inside. If it was a peaceful time, Athens and Sparta would live well. But this is an era where we will perish if we don't strive forward. Cyrus seemed to understand, but not really. He could not help but ask the same question as Xenophon. Then, is there any city-state in the Mediterranean that has a better system than Athens and Sparta? The Devers looked at Helos's curious and longing eyes and turned his head. On the horizon, the setting sun emitted its last rays before it set. Looking at the clouds that were dyed red, he thought of the Mediterranean world in the future, where wars would occur frequently and powerful states would rise one after another like a lantern, until the great emperor appeared, and the dazzling light shone on the Western world for more than 2,000 years. The Devers suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart. This time he did not refuse to answer, but said with certainty, "Not now. If you and I can live forever, maybe one day you will be able to see it." Early in the morning, the Devers were in a daze when they heard the hubbub of voices outside the house. "Awake! Awake! My nephew has woken up!" Antonios burst into the house ecstatically and hugged the Devers. "Thank you! Thank you! Assists has come back to life." The Devers was not fully awake yet. He asked in a daze, "Really?" "It's true." Herpes, who was following closely behind, said excitedly, "Assists has woken up. His body temperature is not as hot as yesterday. Although he is still very weak, he can already eat porridge made with bread. Devers, the method you taught him is really effective." Facing the admiring gaze of Herpes, the Devers' hanging heart finally relaxed. He suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Although Assists is out of danger, we can't relax yet. Continue to take care of him according to the method we taught him before, and let him recover as soon as possible." "Yes," Herpes replied respectfully. "Devers, there are a lot of people outside who want to see you," Helos said as he entered the house. "Oh, it's Capys and the others. They heard that Assists has woken up and were very surprised. They insisted on coming over to see you. Maybe they want your help." Antonios answered with some shame. In order to save his nephew, the Devers had put in so much effort. They might even have prayed to Hades. Before he could repay them, he might bring new trouble to Hades. "Capys." The Devers had no impression of the name. "The other heavy infantry platoon leader of our camp," Helos explained. The Devers pondered for a moment and immediately stood up. "Let's go out. Don't let them wait too long." Surrounded by everyone, he walked out of the house. "Look, the Devers have come out." "This is the Devers. He's too young. Don't look at him just because he's young. He's the real person favored by Hades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save Assists. It's not like we haven't seen how Assists looked when he was unconscious. Devers, one of my men, is also injured like Assists. His whole body is burning and he's unconscious. I hope you can help him. I also have an injured man. And me? In the small courtyard, the people squeezed together were waving their arms desperately. Their shouts were like a surging tide, each wave louder than the last. In the face of the situation that was getting out of control, everyone was a little nervous. Only the Devers' expression did not change. In his previous life, as a cadre who was promoted from the bottom up, he had seen the masses petition many times. Even when he was the village chief, there was once a meeting in town where the farmers surrounded the town government to demand an explanation for the land expropriation issue. The leaders all hid away, and only he stood up and faced the agitated farmers with hoes and sticks in their hands. He tried his best to persuade them to leave. The small situation before him was not difficult at all. Moreover, it was a good thing for him. He raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, please be quiet! Quiet! Quiet!" Antonius and the others shouted as well. The people gradually calmed down. "I am grateful for everyone's trust," the Devers said emotionally. "We are all comrades who fight together and face death together. We are all good brothers who can entrust their right shoulder to their comrades to protect. If any of our brothers are injured, I will bring helps with me and do my best to save them. We will never abandon any of the injured." Helps was excited to hear his name. Hearing that, the soldiers in the courtyard were even more grateful. "That's great. Thank you, Hades. Thank you, Devers. You are our savior. Devers, you are our best brother. If you have any requests in the future, I will do my best to fulfill them." In this era, it was common for soldiers to die from injuries or infections. It was also a nightmare that plagued the army. Now, the Devers had given them hope. Furthermore, this man was so generous and kind. How could they not be touched? Chapter 20. While the Devers and Herpes were discussing how to treat the wounded more efficiently, Menon sent a guard to call him over. As soon as he entered, Menon shouted angrily, "I said, if you have any new ideas, you have to tell me first. And you promised. But now you've lied to me. You've broken your promise. What did I do wrong?" The Devers was baffled. "You could save those unconscious soldiers, but you didn't tell me in advance, but did it secretly." Menon's expression was displeased. When the Devers heard this, he was amused. "Dear Leader Menon, the situation was urgent, and saving people was more important. If I had to report to you first, and then organize people to treat them, assists would have died long ago." The Devers said sarcastically, "Besides, this is not a new idea, but my ancestral medical skills. I'm here to be a mercenary, not a slave, and I have to get your approval even to treat a disease." Menon was speechless for a moment. Just now, when the soldiers shouted the name Devers, he was momentarily blinded by jealousy. Without thinking, he angrily called for the Devers, and ended up being embarrassed. He simply said, "I still lack a guard here. From now on, you will be responsible for my safety, and you are not allowed to leave without orders." He had a hunch that he had to separate the Devers from the soldiers to avoid continuing to affect them, thereby weakening his control over this mercenary army. "I'm sorry, Leader Menon. I'm more suited to be an ordinary soldier than a guard. Besides, my captain won't agree." The Devers guessed Menon's intentions, and of course he wouldn't agree. Menon didn't expect him to directly refuse, and laughed angrily. "I'm your leader. Who dares to disagree with my orders?" "I disagree." With a loud shout, Antonio stepped into the living room. "I disagree too." Following closely behind was Capus, followed by several platoon jarls. Divers was relieved when he saw Antonio's nodding at him. "I'm safe." Of course, he didn't know that Helos had a bad feeling when the guard called him away and immediately ran to inform Antonios. That was why Antonios and the others appeared here so quickly. "Who let you in?" "Where are my guards?" Menon was anxious and angry. The fact that a few of his captains had come without notice made him feel uneasy. "Chief, the wounded in the campsite are still waiting for the Devers to treat them. We can't delay any longer." Antonios listened calmly, but the hidden threat made Menen's heart tremble, and the cold eyes of the crowd made him feel even more guilty. He chose to give in and stammered. Devers used their brilliant medical skills to wake up the injured and unconscious soldiers. I am very happy. That's why I called him over. I want to appoint him as the camp doctor to treat more soldiers. I am very willing to treat the injured brothers, but no matter if it's a doctor or the bodyguard you mentioned before, I won't be them. I'm only willing to be a soldier under Helos, the Devers answered straightforwardly. Although it was safe to be a camp doctor, it didn't fit his plan. Moreover, he was unwilling to accept Menen's reconciliation, since they had already fallen out. With his initial understanding of Menen, it would be difficult to heal. There was no need to be polite to him and give the wrong signal to the team officers who had come to support him. In front of everyone, Menen was embarrassed to be refuted by an ordinary soldier of low status. He immediately shouted, "Devers!" As soon as he said that, a deafening voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Let our Devers back and give the soldiers a chance to live!" "Menen, if you don't let the Devers out, we'll rush in." It was the shouts of countless soldiers, which made Menen tremble with fear. "Devers, you go back first," Antonio said. The Devers nodded and said loudly, "Thank you, captains, for your help." When Menen heard this, he immediately turned his resentful gaze to the captains. After the Devers went out, he immediately said faintly, "Antonios, Capys, you're also starting to oppose me? Menen, you're our leader, so of course we have to listen to your commands. But the Devers are Hades' favored ones, and the soldiers have witnessed many miracles he has created with their own eyes. The gods are watching us from heaven, blessing us to return home smoothly from the land of the other races, and not allowing us to blaspheme them in the slightest." Antonios replied tactfully. Menen, of course, heard between the lines. "We all understand what you did to the Devers. We can listen to your commands, but when it comes to the Devers, we have to defend him." He wanted to retort a few more words to maintain his dignity as leader, but Amyntas, who hated him the most among the team officers, shouted, "Listen, Menen! Our employment mission is over. If you mess around again, we don't mind electing a new leader. I'm sure the soldiers will never choose you again." Amyntas' words hit Menen where it hurt. The mercenaries were a loose military organization, and Menen was able to become the leader because he had a wide network, could receive missions, get money, and pay the soldiers. The current situation was that after Cyrus the Younger died in battle, Menen had lost his employer, could no longer get money, and could no longer pay the soldiers. The reason why the soldiers still regarded him as their leader was that getting home safely was everyone's common goal, and they had to stick together. Stragglers could not survive in the land of Persia. The mercenaries' command system was ready-made, and the management was effective, and the soldiers were used to it. Secondly, after years of mercenary life, the experienced team officers under him were rarely changed, and most of them had a good relationship with Menen, helping him control the entire team. Now, for the sake of the Devers, the team officers and soldiers had united against him, which meant that his control of the team was in jeopardy. Menen did not have a good reputation in the hearts of the soldiers, and he knew it in his heart. In the past, he didn't care, because as long as he had money, he could replace a group of soldiers at any time. Because of the barren land in Greece and the previous war of Peloponnesus, the people's livelihood had withered, and there were many young adults who went out to make a living. But now it had become his biggest worry. After he forced himself to calm down and sent off Antonios, Capys, and the others, he returned to the living room and roared, venting the depression in his chest, "I'm going to kill that kid!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something and hurried to the door of the courtyard. The guard who had been following him for more than a year had disappeared at some point. He felt afraid and fidgeted in the living room. Looking at the house that had become a mess because of his anger, he hesitated for a while, and finally decided to look for Aureus. He heard that many of Aureus' relatives had come to look for him in the past 2 days. With their help, the mercenaries might not have to work so hard to go back. Thinking of this, Menen had an idea. He tidied up his makeup, went to the yard to get a horse, and galloped north. After testing his influence in the men in barracks through this incident, the Devers returned to their residence and took the initiative to summon helps to discuss the treatment of the wounded. Although the Devers was not a doctor in his previous life, he had more than 2,000 years of accumulated knowledge than the people of this era. It was enough for him to develop a more complete medical plan that was far better than that of this era. First, he would set up a medical team, with helps as the leader, and then find 1 or 2 soldiers from the barracks who were interested in medicine to serve as doctors. He would get a few female slaves from the supply camp as nurses, and he would train and treat them at the same time. He believed that they would soon adapt to their new roles. Secondly, he would open up an area as a wartime hospital to gather the wounded for treatment and improve efficiency. Thirdly, he would formulate a medical system that was in line with reality and cultivate the concept of aseptic hygiene among doctors and nurses. The most common injury in the army was trauma. As long as infection could be prevented, with the strong physical condition of the soldiers, most mild to moderate injuries could be improved. Finally, he would collect some indigenous methods of treatment from the locals of Persia along the way. The Mesopotamian civilization was one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. The people who had lived and multiplied on this land for thousands of years naturally had their own unique means and methods to deal with diseases. After learning it, they would use modern analytical methods to get rid of the waste and extract the essence. This naturally expanded the scope of treatment for the Devers medical team. The Devers intended to develop this medical team into a fixed and indispensable organization in the barracks for the future. Chapter 21. While the Devers were busy preparing his field hospital, a messenger from Persia came to the Greek camp. This time, the messenger was none other than the leader of Persia, the governor of Asia Minor, Tissaphnus. He brought the hope of the Greeks' safe return home. He was willing to convey to the king of Persia that the mercenaries did not want to fight and only wanted to return home. The mercenaries welcomed him with open arms. After Tissaphnus left, the mercenary leaders saw that there was hope for a peaceful solution and eagerly awaited his return. After waiting anxiously for 2 days, Tissaphnus once again came to the Greek camp and read the latest decree of the king of Persia to the leaders. The king had accepted the mercenaries' apology. Although many of his ministers objected, he decided to let Tissaphnus lead the Greek mercenaries back to Greece. He also agreed to provide the Greeks with a market on the way to solve their food shortage. At the same time, the Greeks had to obey the local order along the way and not destroy or loot. The leaders, of course, were more than happy to hear this. They quickly reached an agreement with Tissaphnus, and both sides made an oath in the name of God. Then Tissaphnus told the leaders to wait patiently. He had to go back to report to the king and make arrangements for the return of the army. Not long after Tissaphnus left, the news spread throughout the camp and the soldiers cheered. The Devers still did not let down their guard. After listening to Seraphon, he realized that the actual situation in Persia was quite different from what he had guessed based on the history of China. Just yesterday, Seraphon came to visit again. After a few days of buffer, he finally adjusted his mood and wanted to talk to the Devers about the democratic system of the city-states. The Devers did not want to continue on this issue. Instead, they cleverly led the topic to the customs of the Greek city-states. Most of the time, it was Seraphon who talked nonstop, and the Devers listened carefully. In the meantime, the Devers asked about Tissaphnus, so Seraphim told them something he had heard from Proxenus about Tissaphnus, which left a deep impression on the Devers. When Tissaphnus was the governor of Asia Minor, it was during the Peloponnesus War. Tissaphnus chose to form an alliance with Sparta. He hoped to use Sparta's power to attack Athens and restore Persia's rule over the Greek city-states on the Ionian coast. In return for Sparta, he would fund Sparta to build a large fleet capable of resisting Athens. Not long after, he stopped the promised financial support to Sparta, causing the Sparta people to protest to the then king of Persia, Darius II. Darius appointed his second son, Cyrus the Younger, as the military commander of the entire western region of Persia, fully supporting Sparta against Athens. Tissaphnus was relieved of his military power, but he did not seem to care. He got along well with Cyrus the Younger and soon became the younger's friend. When the new king Artaxerxes ascended the throne, Cyrus the Younger went to the capital to attend his brother's enthronement ceremony. Tissaphnus reported Cyrus the Younger to the new king for plotting a rebellion, which led to Cyrus the Younger being arrested. The Empress Dowager repeatedly pleaded for his release. After Tissaphnus returned to Asia Minor, he began to oppose Cyrus the Younger in every way. Therefore, when Cyrus the Younger rebelled, the first person Tissaphnus wanted to catch was him. However, he had already escaped and appeared in the king's army. When the left wing of the king's army was defeated by the Greek heavy infantry, Tissaphnus dared to lead his cavalry around the heavy infantry and attack the rear of the Greek army. Although he failed, his courage and decisiveness naturally stood out in a group of defeated soldiers. Therefore, he was able to represent the king as the envoy of Persia to negotiate peace with the Greek army. This was obviously a reward from the king. What Diphus had heard of Tisiphone was what Xenophon had heard from Proxenus, and Proxenus had received most of his information from Cyrus the Younger. Whatever his likes or dislikes of Tisiphone, the truth was the truth. Therefore, after analysis, Devers believed that Tissaphnus was a typical politician, used to being two-faced, good at judging the situation and daring to seize opportunities. It was difficult to expect such a person to keep his promise. When Devers told Xenophon about this concern, Xenophon sighed and said, "Proxenus and the others are very clear that they will not let down their guard against Tissaphnus. However, if we do not give up the war against the king of Persia, we may not be able to go home. Just the Euphrates and Tigris rivers alone will cause us great trouble. We will not be able to cross such a wide river smoothly in front of the enemy. Another great difficulty is that there is not enough food. Once we collect food, the scattered soldiers will be vulnerable to attack by the enemy. You see, the king of Persia has such a great advantage. If he really wanted to destroy us, there is no need to give us food and let Tissaphnus swear in the name of the gods on his behalf. Because once he breaks the contract in the future, not only will he be ridiculed by the Persia and Greeks, but he will also be abandoned by the gods of Persia. Does he really want to become a king who has just ascended the throne? Therefore, we can only trust them and cooperate with them to ensure that we can go home safely." Devers saw that Xenophon was saying this to convince himself and sighed secretly. The Greek mercenaries were in a weak position, so even if the other party gave them poison, they had no choice but to swallow it. Days passed, and the Devers' field hospital had begun to take shape. After careful care and treatment, 7 of the 12 wounded had improved significantly. In the remaining time, the Devers learned Greek from Xenophon and entrusted Mursici, who had gone out to buy, to bring back a few bolts of linen. They cut them into slender strips and began experimenting with how to tie their legs. At the same time, he pulled his teammates to practice with him and learn fighting skills, so that his consciousness and physical memory could be unified. Due to the assist's recovery and the Menin's remonstrance, his relationship with Antonios became closer. He visited Antonios many times to ask him for advice on the formation and command of heavy infantry. In order to understand how to use the long-handled reverse blade knife, he also learned from the light shield bearers and gained a deeper understanding of the characteristics of this unit. The success of the field hospital made the Devers' reputation as a favored one, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and his humility and eagerness to learn also won everyone's favor. As he walked through the entire Menin barracks, there was almost no one who did not know him. Day by day, the Persia did not appear, and uneasiness and suspicion gradually enveloped the entire Greek barracks. The Devers used every busy day to dilute the worries in their hearts. They were unable to change the plight of the Greek mercenaries, so they could only change themselves as much as possible to enrich themselves. After more than 20 days of waiting, Tissaphnus finally arrived with his army. He was accompanied by the governor of Emiria Orontes and his army. The Greek mercenary leaders, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, led their troops on the return journey home with them, without any doubt. But as soon as the march began, the situation changed. Arius's army, which had originally huddled together with the Greek mercenaries, began to walk together with the Persia army. Not only did they march together, but they also set up camp together. In the past 20 days, the Persia had not been idle. They had constantly sent relatives and friends of Arius and other generals in and out of Arius's barracks, promising that they would not be held accountable for their crimes. Finally, the generals of Cyrus the Younger were convinced. This undoubtedly increased the suspicions of the Greek mercenaries. They followed far behind the Persia's troops, acted alone, and brought their own guides. When they set up camp at dusk, the Greek army and the Persia army were 10 miles away from each other, setting up sentries to guard each other as if they were enemies. Tissaphernes had indeed kept his promise and provided the Greeks with a market every day. Of course, the mercenaries had to pay for it with their own money. Menon had also wanted to give Helos' squad less food to take revenge on the Devers, but unexpectedly he was opposed by Merzes. Previously, Merzes had been very reluctant when the Devers asked for 2 Egyptian slaves. Chapter 22. After walking for a few days, the Devers saw a huge wall more than 20 meters high standing in front of them, extending infinitely to the southeast. Oh! The Median Wall. No matter how many times I see it, it's still shocking. Xenophon exclaimed loudly. During the march these days, he would run to the ranks of Menon's mercenaries and walk with the Devers. In his words, talking to the Devers is good for stimulating their thinking about knowledge. Diphus, on the other hand, thought it boring to march in the ranks of Proxenus, and because he had nothing in common with anyone but Proxenus, he came to show off his learning to Diphus. It is said that this Median Wall is more than 100 miles long, and was built by the former Babylonian kingdom to defend against the Medes in the north. But the Babylonian kingdom was still destroyed by the Medes. Xenophon looked up at the tall wall and sighed. The Medes were later destroyed by the Persia. Herodotus has a wonderful description in his history. Just like people have birth, old age, illness, and death, even the most powerful kingdom will perish. So don't look at how vast Persia is now. Who knows who will destroy it in the future? I hope I can see that day in my lifetime. The Devers certainly remembered that in the history of his previous life, Persia was destroyed by Alexander the Great, the king of Macedon, who had been admired by the Westerners for more than 2,000 years. He could not remember the specific time, but it was probably decades later. In his memory, the current Macedonia was not yet a unified kingdom, and it was still his enemy. Looking at the huge wall made of baked bricks and asphalt, the Devers were also filled with emotion. It seemed that building the Great Wall to defend against the barbarians was not the exclusive right of the Chinese people. The current China should be in the spring and autumn warring states period. He turned his head and looked east for a long time, with indescribable nostalgia and regret in his eyes. As a Greek in this life, he was thousands of miles away from his homeland, and it was impossible for him to return. Devers! Devers! Hearing Helos' shout, the Devers came back to his senses and found that his stay had affected the progress of the column. He quickened his pace, but he couldn't help but say, "Do you know? Perhaps there was a country in the far east whose territory was vaster than that of Persia, and whose people were more numerous than that of Persia. Its customs and habits were completely different from those of Greek Persia, and its political system was completely different from that of Greek Persia. But it was strict and efficient. It had gorgeous clothing, elegant etiquette, magnificent mountains and rivers, and delicious and rich food. Its army is strong, its people are rich. Devers, you must be dreaming. How can there be such a powerful kingdom in the East?" Xenophon interrupted the Devers' endless narration and said seriously, according to the records of Herodotus, "To the east of Persia is India, to the southeast is Arabia, and to the northeast are the Scythians and the one-eyed man. There shouldn't be this kingdom you mentioned. Could it be that Hades gave you a hint? And what lies to the east beyond these races you have named?" asked Devers. "It should be the ocean," Xenophon said with uncertainty. This is what Herodotus said again, right? Did he go and confirm it himself? Divers asked again. He should have heard it from others and recorded it down. Xenophon began to stammer. Since it's just hearsay, we can't be sure it's true, and we can't deny that there isn't such a country in the Far East, retorted the Devers. Xenophon was speechless for a moment and looked strangely at the Devers. Look at how serious you are, as if there really is such a country. The Devers chuckled and did not speak. How great would it be if I could go to the Far East to have a look one day? Olivers, who was at the side, was attracted by the scenery described by the Devers, and suddenly said with a sigh, Then you will first have to go through the kingdom of Persia, and then there are the Magsatyrs, who come and go like the wind on horseback. It is said that they once cut off the head of the great king of Persia, Cyrus. There is also the terrifying one-eyed man and the mysterious India. If you are lucky enough not to be killed or captured as a slave, you will be able to see the ocean in the Far East, and there is also a powerful country. Xenophon said, half jokingly and half seriously. Olivers shrunk his neck and did not speak again. Matones was a little annoyed. Although he did not like Olivers, he hated this Athens man who liked to show off his knowledge even more. What are you afraid of? If I had a powerful army, I would dare to go anywhere, not just to the Far East. A powerful army? Xenophon pointed at the loose marching formation in front with slight contempt. Like this? Of course it has to be more powerful than this. Matones said loudly. The Devers listened to their bickering and narrowed their eyes. A more powerful army? Passing through the Median Wall meant that the Greek army had left the Babylonian region. In the next few days, what appeared in the Devers' field of vision were crisscross plains, endless golden wheat fields, and artificially dug rivers. These artificial rivers led the water from the big river into more small canals and ditches, and finally into the farmland. Seeing this, the Devers could not help but sigh. This should be the oldest irrigation project in the Middle East. The fertile land and abundant water gave birth to a large number of people, creating one brilliant ancient civilization after another. Further ahead was the source of the artificial rivers, the Tigris River. As the other mother river of the Mesopotamian plains, the Tigris River was equally wide. At a glance, it was difficult to see the other side. Countless sails swayed on the river. The ones with oars beating against the water should be merchant ships, while the ones with sails lowered were fishing boats. The singing of the fishermen and the shouts of the sailors could be heard on both sides of the river. Countless water birds chirped and soared above the river, and from time to time, large fish would leap in the water. It was a beautiful and peaceful scene of the river. Near the river was a large, densely populated city, Ceres. The Greek mercenaries were close to the city and set up camp. The Persia army and Aureus troops crossed the bridge and set up camp on the other side of the river. That night, because the Persia army was on the other side, the psychological pressure on the Greek soldiers was greatly reduced. The Devers and the others had a rare good night's sleep. The next day, the atmosphere suddenly became a little different. When the Devers crossed the river, they saw heavily armed soldiers on both sides of the bridge on guard. After crossing the pontoon bridge, they saw soldiers on guard on the other side. What had happened? When Xenophon came over, the Devers finally understood the reason. Last night, a man came from the other side of the river. He said he was a trusted aide of Aureus and had a message for Clearchus and Proxenus. So a few leaders received him, and I followed Proxenus in the military tent. I heard the man say, Aureus warned Clearchus to be vigilant because the Persia army might attack the Greek mercenaries at night and destroy the pontoon bridge, trapping you between the Tigris River and the man-made waterway. The leaders were a little nervous when they heard this, and Xenophon said with a slightly smug tone, after thinking about it, I think this news is unreliable. Oh, what do you think? The Devers asked, pretending to be curious. Because if the Persia attack us, it's either a victory or a defeat. If they lose and the bridge is destroyed, there's nowhere to run. If they win, we're already on Persia's land and have nowhere to run. Why would they destroy a bridge that took so much effort to build? Glaucus and the others listened to my suggestion. Xenophon said with a slight smugness, that makes sense. The Devers thought for a moment and praised. Even you can think of this. Tissaphones isn't a fool. Why would she make up such a lie? Olivers said, sarcastically. Chapter 23. The disaster of the Persia is coming. Martones laughed happily, as if the Greeks would really do that. It seems that the Persia people really want to send us away. Helos said, as if he had realized something. Or maybe that's what Tissaphones wants you to think. Devers thought to himself, but did not say it out loud. He always felt that Tissaphones was not a simple person. After all, his way of thinking was different from the Greeks of this era. Based on his in-depth contact with the Greek soldiers, he found that most of these Greeks grew up listening to their parents' stories about how to defeat the Persia. They worshiped strength and liked to fight face to face. Even if they used tricks, they were mostly open ones. When it came to dealing with conspiracies, their brains were indeed less flexible than the Persia people. Devers had always been uneasy because he knew that Tissaphones was a brilliant politician. Xenophon, do you know our marching route? I'm not sure. It's all decided by Tissaphones, Glaucus, and Arius, but it's definitely not the way we came. Because Xenophon shrugged. Your leader Menon took the lead and collected a lot of good things along the way. The local Persia people hate us. Don't worry, we'll go back. Collect? I think it's more like looting. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the Persia people, we're invaders, robbers. Hearing this, Devers felt a little annoyed. He secretly exhaled and tried to calm down. Do you know the mountains, rivers, cities, and roads in Persia? Devers, this is also my first time going deep into Persia. Other than knowing a few famous cities from books, such as Babylon, Susa, Persia, and so on, I don't know where they are exactly. Xenophon raised a stack of papyrus in his hand and said excitedly, however, I briefly recorded what I saw every day. When I go back, I'll write it out so that the Greeks can understand the situation in Persia. Devers smiled bitterly. Well, I know you'll write a book called The Long March in the future, but it can't solve the urgent problem now. Where can I find someone familiar with Persia's geography? Devers thought in distress. As time went by, though the Greek mercenaries and the Persian army were not close to each other, when they were fetching water from the river or collecting firewood, the soldiers of the two sides would often meet each other. Often, if there was a disagreement, a fight would break out, and this increased the animosity between the two sides. A few days later, they arrived at the Philiscus River and met the army led by another brother of the Persia king. He came to help the king, but when he arrived, the war was already over, so he had to lead his troops back. Afraid of accidents, Cricus ordered the entire army to be fully armed and protected in the center, keeping the battle column moving westward. The Persian army, however, was not surprised by the presence of the Greeks, and perhaps having been informed by Tissaphones, continued their march eastward. The distance between the two armies was only a few dozen meters. At a glance, they could even see each other's faces and expressions clearly. One could imagine how tense they were. However, it also allowed the Devers to see the full picture of the Persia army for the first time. The chariots at the front were 2-man chariots and 4-man chariots, pulled by 2 horses and 4 horses respectively. One of the chariots was the driver, and he was in charge of driving the chariot. The other 1 or 2 soldiers were probably in charge of combat. Spears, shields, and bows could be seen on the carriage. There were only a dozen or so chariots, and he didn't see the legendary long sickle chariot, a long sharp blade extending from the wheel axle. However, after thinking about it, he understood that the long sickle chariot could be disassembled. Otherwise, it would be easy for the troops to injure their own people. Behind the chariot came the cavalry. Most war horses were about 4 meters tall, which was obviously shorter than the horses Devers had seen in the Olympics in his previous life. They had horses' heads, but no saddles and certainly no stirrups, only a thick blanket over their backs. The cavalry on the horses, some wore helmets and some only wore soft hats. They didn't wear leather armor or heavy shields, and all wore short robes. They had a variety of weapons in their hands. Horse archers were the most common, followed by javelin cavalry, then spear cavalry, and a few with short hammers. Hundreds of cavalry galloped past, and a huge infantry team appeared in front of them. After watching for a while, divers realized that the Persian infantry's marching formation was mixed. There was a large shield bearer. The shield reached the height of a person's shoulder, and the shield was wide enough to hide a person, followed by a spearman, followed by 6 or 7 archers, and so on. This was very similar to the battle order of the Persia infantry mentioned by Antonios. When facing the enemy, the big shield bearer would be in the first line, and they would set up a shield wall to protect the formation. The spear bearer would block the incoming enemies to prevent them from breaking through the shield wall. And the archers at the back would use their bows and arrows to kill a large number of enemies. Whether it was the big shield bearer, the spear bearer, or the archers, they all had one thing in common: light armor or even no armor. Coupled with the cavalry from before, it was easy for the Devers to come to a conclusion. The Persia army was excellent in long-range attacks and very mobile, but weak in close combat. It was no wonder that they were always defeated by the Greeks in battle, because in a face-to-face battle, their infantry was no match for the Greek heavy infantry. The characteristics of the Persia army were more suitable for long-range attacks and harassment, and even for large-scale mobile attacks. The two armies passed by each other and nothing happened. It was a false alarm. After this little interlude, the troops quickly entered Media. This land once nurtured the fierce Media people, and the Media kingdom they founded was once the nightmare of the people of the 2 rivers. But after a few hundred years, the glory was gone, and the land under the jurisdiction of the Persia became a little desolate for some reason, and the terrain began to fluctuate due to the reduction in the market supply. When the 2 armies set up camp, the fighting for resources had also begun to increase. Divis, the leggings you made are really useful. I've walked for a whole day today. If it was in the past, my calves would be so swollen that I couldn't walk by the afternoon. But now I don't have to worry about this. Helos sat in the tent, admiring as he untied the leggings. Of course, we Devers are God's chosen. With the blessing of Pluto, how could the method he came up with not work? Now, many of our companions from other teams have also begun to learn to use leggings. Olivers said proudly. Devers did not speak. He had heard so much praise like this now that he was even a little numb. He knew very well that these little tricks he knew in his previous life were only used to improve the marching conditions of the soldiers and enhance his influence in the men in barracks. But it would not change the situation of the entire Greek mercenary army. Devers, there have been rumors in the team for the past few days that the Persia people are going to attack us and capture us and offer us to the king of Persia as slaves. Do you think this is true? Georges' voice came from the corner. This was the question that Devers had been thinking about just now. Although there had always been suspicions between the 2 armies, such a rumor could spread quickly in a day or 2 and become known to everyone. Based on his experience in his previous life, it was impossible for there to be no one behind it. Was it the Persia people, or were they themselves? Why did they spread such rumors? Break the agreement with Hippo? Make the Greeks nervous to the point of collapse? Devers had no clue for a moment. Facing everyone's concerned eyes, he smiled bitterly in his heart, but his expression was calm as he said, "There's no need to be so nervous. We just need to stay vigilant. Haven't we passed these days safely?" As he said that, a person came into the tent. "Matones, you went out to fight again," Helos said with slight reproach when he saw the bruises on Matones' face. Matones spat out a mouthful of blood and said excitedly, "Don't look at the Persia people because they can't fight, but they're not weak at fighting. Marcius, I, and a dozen others fought against more than 20 of them, and it took us a lot of effort to beat them away." As he spoke, he sat down on his bunk rubbed his cheeks, and pretended to be mysterious as he said, "I didn't just go out to fight. I also heard some news." "What news?" Helos asked. Matones glanced at everyone and said loudly, "Further ahead is the fief of little Cyrus and his mother. I heard that there are many villages there, and they are relatively rich. That means we can eat something good." Olivers shouted happily. Chapter 24. The next day, even more exciting news arrived. Tsaphnis announced that the Greek mercenaries would be allowed to plunder in the area for supplies. Everyone cheered, but Devers was silent. Looting. It was revenge against little Cyrus. But what did the people here have to do with little Cyrus's rebellion? No, just because they lived here, they had to suffer this disaster. Tsaphnis was indeed vicious. But what about the Greeks? In the afternoon, Menon's mercenaries rushed into a village. The quiet village was soon filled with screams and cries. Devers saw with his own eyes that most of his comrades, who were usually close and friendly to him, had turned into bandits. They stabbed the Persia men who tried to stop them, kicked the old men who held them and begged, picked up the crying Persia women, broke into every house, took away the livestock, robbed the gold and silver, and carried away the food. Each of their faces showed a ferocious expression of greed and madness, which made Devers feel so strange. Devers wandered weakly in the village like a wandering ghost. The soldiers who saw him cast surprised looks at him. There were Persia people lying on the ground, covered in blood, pointing at him and cursing. There were stumbling old men holding him and begging. Although he did not understand, he knew what they were cursing. What were they begging for? But there was nothing he could do. As if avoiding the plague, he staggered and wanted to run to a deserted place to avoid the angry gazes that made him feel guilty. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. This is war. This is war. I am forced. At this moment, a sudden scream woke him up. It was Oliver's voice. Devers shivered. Oliver's might be in danger. He quickly followed the sound and broke into a house. In the yard, a Persia man had fallen in a pool of blood. He didn't have time to think and kicked open the unlocked door. Oliver's was naked, lying motionless on the bed. A woman was curled up at the head of the bed, and a girl about 10 years old was standing next to the bed, holding a large rock in her hand, and her whole body was trembling. Devers saw the situation and could roughly guess what had happened. Obviously, Oliver's had taken a fancy to the beauty of the female owner. So he killed the male owner first, then forcibly carried the woman to the bed and ravaged her. Just as he was enjoying himself, his daughter, who was hiding, ran out and threw a stone at him. Shameless, he cursed in his heart, but out of concern for his comrade, he shouted, "Olivers, are you all right?" Olivers did not answer, but the little girl woke up with a start. She quickly turned her head and saw another Greek soldier standing at the door. As if greatly agitated, she screamed, "Robber! Bandits! I'll smash you to death! I'll smash you to death!" She threw the stone in her hand at Devers, and at the same time sprang at him. The Devers subconsciously used the round shield in his left hand to block the rock, revealing the spear in his right hand. The girl ignored the shining tip of the spear and didn't dodge. She lunged at it like a madman. Devers didn't have time to dodge. He only felt his right hand sink, and the girl's hands had just grabbed his face when she fell on him weakly. The woman on the bed let out a desperate cry and threw herself at him naked. Devers took a few steps back weakly and let the woman hug the girl with the spear in her chest tightly. The heart-wrenching cry was like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, making him feel dizzy. He was about to faint, but someone held him up. "Are you all right?" In a daze, Devers heard Helo's voice. "I'm fine." He pushed Helos away and slowly walked into the courtyard. Helos had noticed that something was wrong with Devers, so he had been following him. At this moment, although he was worried about Devers, he was even more worried about the safety of Olivers, who was in the house. He quickly rushed into the house. When he walked out of the house, he found Devers sitting by the roadside, leaning against the wall, looking at the sky with a blank look in his eyes. He didn't move, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Helos wanted to pull him up, but he didn't think it was appropriate. After thinking for a while, he simply sat with Devers after an unknown amount of time. Devers suddenly stood up. He used a strange voice to shout loudly and repeatedly, and hot tears flowed down his cheeks. After a moment, he calmed down and asked, "Where's the woman?" "She's crazy." Helos sighed. Devers was silent for a long time, and then said, "Her husband and daughter died. Maybe going crazy is the best release for her. Yes." Helos felt the compassion in his words and said, "Oliver's is fine. He was just knocked unconscious. He woke up just now and is resting in the house." Devers didn't say anything. Helos saw the cold light flashing in his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but shiver. "Now, we have to ask the people in this village if there is anyone who is familiar with the geography of Persia." Devers stood up. Helos hesitated for a moment. "We just robbed them. I'm afraid they won't be willing to tell us. There will be a way to make them talk." Devers said calmly, but it made Helos feel a chill. The Devers in front of him seemed to be a little different from before. Helos didn't know whether this change was good or bad. At dusk, the mercenaries left behind the village that was in a mess and crying, and returned with a full load. Devers also found the person he wanted, a Persia businessman. In order to make him talk, Devers also let Helos and the others capture his wife and daughter. Although Tissaphones had ordered that no Persia was allowed to be captured as a slave, the men in barracks turned a blind eye to what Devers had done, and even covered it up for him. Devers successfully brought the man back to the barracks. "You mean our team has been heading northwest?" Devers looked at the Persia businessman named Marigi and asked. The interpreter next to him repeated Devers's words in Persia. The short, slightly fat Persian man, who claimed to be a small businessman, glanced at Devers carefully, then quickly lowered his head and gestured with a branch on the grass. "According to what you said before, you are going back to Ionia. Ionia is in the Aegean Sea in the west. You have passed through Babylon, Audis, and now here. If you keep going west, not only is the journey long, but there is also the Taurus Mountains that are difficult to cross, and you have to take a detour." He looked up at Devers again. Seeing that Devers was listening attentively, he raised his voice. "So, you obviously went northwest along the Tigris River, passed through the Dukia Mountains, entered Amelia, and finally arrived at the Yoke Sea, the Black Sea, took a ship and returned to Uria. Oh, so that's how it is." It seems that Tissaphones' route arrangement makes sense. Oliver shouted in sudden realization. Devers noticed that Marigi's whole body trembled when he heard this. He immediately glared at Oliver's. "Shut up!" Matones scolded in a low voice. Oliver's, who usually liked to bicker with Matones, actually stopped talking. Devers stared at the sketch on the ground, looked at it carefully for a while, and asked, "Where do you think the march will be more troublesome in the future?" Marigi said without hesitation, "The Dukia Mountains. The savage and fierce Dukia people live there, and they will not let strangers pass through their land easily. But—" He glanced at Oliver's and quickly said, "Your team is very large and there are Persia people leading the way, so it should be easy to pass through." "How do you know that our team is large?" Devers immediately asked. Because before I came in, I saw your barracks one after another." Marigi's voice began to tremble. Devers patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You have good observation skills. Do you know Tissaphones?" Marigi immediately shook his head. Suddenly he thought of something and began to nod vigorously, and his voice trembled even more. "I only heard that because he once accused our Lord Cyrus of treason and almost got his head chopped off." Chapter 25. One more question. The Devers retracted his gaze and asked seriously, "On this journey, where will we be considered out of Persia's jurisdiction?" Marigi was eager to please the Devers. He thought carefully and drew a circle on the map. "Here, past Mespira." "Mespira?" The Devers carefully looked at the pattern on the ground. "Mespira is the former capital of Assyria, Nineveh. Beyond it is Dukia," Marigi emphasized. The Devers nodded. Are you familiar with Dukia? Not really. I just did business with them, exchanging food for their mountain products. Marigi said with an angry expression. But they are untrustworthy barbarians. They often don't pay, injure people, and rob things. Divers listened carefully, then turned to Matones and said, "Bring his family to the supply camp and have Mercies take good care of them. But you have to tell Mercies not to mistreat him and his wife and daughter, and not to treat them like slaves." As soon as he finished speaking, Marigi knelt down. I beg you, let me go. And my wife and daughter. I've told you everything. Please let us go. It seems like you understand Greek. You pretended not to understand it before, the Devers said. Marigi did not try to explain himself, but just wailed loudly. In fact, I'm not letting you and your family go for your own good. Don't you know that your lord, the king's brother, Cyrus the Younger, has died in battle? Marigi suddenly stopped crying. His hands that were holding onto the Devers' legs lost their strength. He asked weakly, "Is His Highness Cyrus really dead?" Actually, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Otherwise, why would Tissaphones bring us here and allow us to plunder your village? Because this is the punishment for Cyrus the Younger's rebellion. I believe that this will not be the only time. Everyone who is close to him will not be able to escape. Don't you think so? Marigi was already sitting on the ground in a daze. Matones pulled him to his feet and dragged him out. "This man doesn't look like an ordinary merchant," Hilo said to the Devers as he watched Marigi being dragged out of the tent. "You're right." Devers nodded. The whole family lived in a shabby house, but they had a lot of gold, silver, and splendid clothes. Just looking at him and his wife, they did not look like ordinary merchants of Persia. Moreover, they were proficient in Greek and knew so many things. Perhaps he was a relative of little Cyrus, his supervisor, or his royal merchant. After learning that little Cyrus was plotting a rebellion, he hid in a remote village in his territory to avoid trouble. If not for the village head Snitch, we would have missed a big fish. Devers felt lucky that he had selectively forgotten how he tortured the village head and his family. He said to Helos, "Captain, I'll have to trouble you to emphasize to Mercies that no one is allowed to harass his family. He's very useful to us. Now that little Cyrus is dead, I want him to sincerely rely on us." A soldier gave an order to his captain, and no one present was surprised. Devers's position as the leader of the team had been established. "Okay." Helos did not hesitate to walk out of the tent. "Pickles, thank you very much. You've been a great help to me today." Devers turned to a soldier and said, "It's my honor to be able to help you." Pickles said, slightly respectfully. Devers took out 2 drachmas and stuffed them into his hand. This. Pickles pretended to decline. Devers said, "Please accept it. I really have to thank you for today, and I hope you can keep it a secret and don't let Menon know." Hearing this, Pickles no longer declined. He stuffed the silver coins into his arms and said, "Don't worry, I don't like that guy either. I promise Hades that I won't leak a word." Pickles made a gesture to keep his mouth shut, then said excitedly, "Next time there's a job like this, just call me." "You'll definitely be there." Devers laughed. When Pickles left the tent, Gilgrees immediately asked with concern, "Pickles is Menon's Persia interpreter. Is he reliable?" "I heard that Menon knows Persia, and Pickles has nothing to do at all. Instead, he's often ordered around by Menon as a coolie. He wouldn't be stupid enough to offend us, not to mention he can make money," Olivers interjected. When he woke up, he knew that he had almost gone to hell and immediately thanked Devers. Unexpectedly, Devers reacted coldly to him, and he realized something, so he had been relatively quiet until now. But as soon as he spoke, the tent fell into a brief silence. "Devers, how did you know that the Persia merchant buried the money in the yard?" Geogres suddenly asked. Devers understood that Geogres wanted to liven up the atmosphere, so he said, "It's very simple. When we captured Marigi, I found that in addition to worrying about his wife and daughter being bullied by us, Devers glanced at Oliver's. His eyes also secretly glanced at the old tree in the yard from time to time. I walked over and took a closer look. There was a place under the tree that was a little different in color. It was new soil. Of course, I had my suspicions, but before I could scare him, this guy was timid and took the initiative to confess. Several people loudly praised Devers's attentiveness, especially Oliver's, who spoke the loudest. Devers said to Georges, "This money is of great use to us. You go to the supply camp every day and check it. Don't let that fat man take advantage of it." Okay. After many raids by the Greek mercenaries, the marching column of the army became even larger and more bloated. For the next few days, just as Marigi had said, the army marched along the right bank of the Tigris River, then crossed the river and reached the city of Gain. Here, they once again received ample supplies. However, the suspicion of the Greek mercenaries towards the Persia grew. New rumors constantly spread among the army, causing more conflicts between the two armies after they set up camp. Finally, when they reached the Zapatas River, a large-scale fight broke out between the two armies. More than 100 people from both sides fought with weapons in hand. More than a dozen people died or were injured. If the leaders of both sides had not arrived in time and sent troops to separate the two sides in time, the result would have been unimaginable. This caused the next day's march to be cancelled and the soldiers of the various battalions to be restricted from leaving the camp. After marching every day, Devers and the others were physically and mentally exhausted. It was rare for them to have a day of free time, so everyone slept in. In the supply camp, Mirzas seized the time to slaughter some of the looted livestock and make them into sausages. Just as the Devers woke up, Antonios entered the tent with an anxious look on his face. Devers, Menin, Krulkis, Proxenus, and a few other leaders are going to the Persia camp to negotiate. What? The Devers sat up in shock. I heard that after what happened last night, Krulkis immediately went to negotiate with Tsaphnis, hoping to eliminate the distrust and suspicion between the two sides and avoid such hostility from happening again. Perhaps the two sides had a good talk. Krulkis directly spent the night in the Persia camp. He returned safely this morning, and then sent someone to inform the leaders of the various camps to go with him to the Persia camp for further talks with Tsaphnis. It is said that many soldiers and officers in the other camps opposed them going, but in the end the leaders reached an agreement and they're going to set off immediately. Antonios quickly explained what had happened. "Why didn't anyone in our camp inform us of this?" Helos asked in surprise. Menin didn't discuss it with anyone else. He only quietly brought the two platoon jarls, Capes and Milstick. Antonios said awkwardly. He knew in his heart that after the collective forcing incident, after Menin's prestige was lost, he didn't want to give them any more time to discuss it. So he directly found two platoon jarls who were willing to listen to him. Antonios didn't explain in detail, but said, "I also heard the soldiers in the neighboring Socrates camp making a ruckus, and I only found out about it when I asked. Who went?" The Devers stood up and asked solemnly as they quickly dressed. Antonios' heart skipped a beat, and the Devers' expression confirmed the uneasiness in his heart. Krulkis, Proxenus, Menin, Socrates, and Aegeas, the 5 leaders and a dozen platoon jarls. Chapter 26. When the soldiers guarding the camp gate saw that it was the Devers and Antonios, they let them through. They stopped Helos and the others behind them. The Devers did not have time to pay attention to their shouts. They followed Antonios and ran north. After running for a while, they saw a group of people in front of them. Clycus was walking and talking with Thistle, the younger brother of the Queen of Persia, who had come to greet him. Suddenly he heard a shout from behind. "Stop! Stop! This is a conspiracy of the Persia." The 5 leaders, more than a dozen platoon jarls, and 200 soldiers who were escorting them and preparing to go to the market to buy were all shocked and immediately stopped to look back. The Devers rushed in front of them. Facing the many strange eyes, he panted and said loudly, "This is a conspiracy. Tsaphnis is preparing to catch all of you in one fell swoop. This way, without a leader, we will fall into chaos and lead to the destruction of the whole army." The leaders subconsciously looked at the Persia messenger, Thistle. Thistle pointed angrily at the Devers and roared, "Who is he? How dare he say such things? It was you who asked for a meeting." Tsaphnis responded to Clycus' request and entertained him warmly. "Now this is how you repay the commander of Persia, Tsaphnis. This is not only an insult to him, it is also an insult to our king. Get out of here. I will report this to Tsaphnis and suggest that he report this to His Majesty and suggest that His Majesty cancel the agreement with you Greeks." The leaders hurriedly stopped his horse and apologized profusely. The Devers did not expect that this meeting was requested by Clycus. He could not care less and said eagerly, "Even if there is a meeting, we should not have all the leaders and platoon jarls go to the Persia camp. Haven't we always been on guard against the Persia? Who knows if Tsaphnis has been friendly to us for more than 10 days just to numb us? Have you forgotten how he went back on his word?" As soon as the Devers' voice fell, Menon jumped out and scolded, venting his anger over the past 10 days. "Bold madman! Shameless liar! Not only did you lie to the soldiers in the barracks, you incited them to oppose me. Now they want to destroy the peace between us and Persia. Do you want to cause everyone to be unable to return home? Men, capture him." However, none of the soldiers listened to his orders. Firstly, he only brought 2 platoon jarls and no other attendants. Secondly, some of the soldiers recognized the Devers as the long-rumored blessed in the Menon barracks and were muttering softly. At first, the leaders were a little hesitant when they heard what the Devers said, but Menon's scolding immediately made them feel disgusted with the Devers. Although Menon's character was not good, after all, they had been together for a long time, and the leaders knew that he was not weak. An ordinary soldier actually dared to rebel against the commander. This was undoubtedly a taboo for the leaders. Chrylcus had a different idea. He strangely thought that Menon had found a soldier to put on a show here to ruin the meeting. Because there was another purpose to this meeting. Tsaphnis had promised him that he was willing to publicly point out who was in cahoots with the Persia army and spread rumors among the mercenaries. Chrylcus had always guessed that it was Menon, because from the beginning of the march into Persia, Menon had openly competed with him for the command of the Greek mercenaries, and now he had been staying with Aureus, who was already close to Tsaphnis. He had been in private contact and secret talks with Socrates and Achilles, definitely to oppose him. This time he had to expose his vile nature in front of everyone and solidify his command, because he firmly believed that only he had the ability to bring the army back to Greece intact. This was also why, although he hated the Persia, he endured the humiliation and negotiated peace with Persia. He hated any villain who destroyed the unity of the team. So he immediately went with the flow and said, "Since Menon has said so, then take this clown-like man down and send him back to the camp to be imprisoned. We'll interrogate him when we return." He looked around and said firmly, "Now I'm going to negotiate with Tsaphnis. Those who believe me will come with me, and those who don't can go back." With that, several soldiers went over and pressed the Devers to the ground. Antonio stepped forward to stop them and was also taken down. Chrylcus strode north, and Proxenus and the others hesitated for a moment before following closely. Menon spat on the Devers' face and scolded proudly, "When I come back, you're dead." With that, he laughed and moved forward. Most of the soldiers also followed their leaders, and only a few soldiers who had heard of the Devers' miracle stayed where they were. The Devers was not in the mood to care about Menon at the moment. He was pressed to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. He struggled and yelled in the direction of the leader's departure, "Chrylcus, you idiot! Your stubbornness will not only harm you, but also the entire army. You will regret it. By the way, you won't have time to regret it." However, his scolding did not call back Crocus, and the figures of the leaders became more and more distant and blurred. Finally, the Devers calmed down and slumped to the ground. Previously, he thought that Crocus was a famous general and should be very clear-headed, but he did not expect him to be so stubborn and not listen to any opinions. In fact, the Devers did not know that most of the Sparta men were conservative and stubborn. Once they made up their minds, they often would not turn back until they hit a brick wall. The most famous example was before the Battle of Plataea in the Greek War. The commander of the Greek coalition forces ordered the troops to retreat, but a general of Sparta believed that retreating in front of the enemy was against Sparta's tradition. He refused to retreat after many persuasions, causing the Sparta army to lag behind the team and almost lead to the failure of the battle. The team continued to move forward, and the soldiers who escorted the Devers pushed him back. The soldiers who stayed behind instead came forward to introduce themselves and comfort the Devers. At this time, Antonios finally had time to ask, "Devers, will the leaders really be in danger? What good will come of a sheep negotiating with a wolf?" The Devers sighed. There were countless such scams in the history of China and the West. The reason why Tsaphnis's scheme was successful was mainly because Crocus and the others had illusions about the peace talks, and the trust the others had in Crocus outweighed their concern for their own safety. His influence was still not enough. What should we do? Antonios panicked a little. What to do? Of course it was to save themselves. The Devers suddenly thought of Xenophon. Why did he boast in his book that he had led the retreat? So it was because of this more than 20 mercenary leaders and captains had been slaughtered, and the entire leadership of the Greek mercenary army was facing a reshuffle. Thinking of this, he threw away his depression and reinvigorated himself. "Quick, let's go back." Along the way, Menon told Proxenus and the others about the misdeeds of the Devers with embellishment, successfully arousing their anger. He was secretly delighted. This time, he could finally get rid of this big trouble. Before arriving at the Persia barracks, most of the soldiers who were going to the market said goodbye to their leaders. Entering the Persia barracks, Crocus saw the same scene as when he left yesterday. There were even some leisurely Persia soldiers who looked at them curiously and talked to each other about, "Why are there so many Greek barbarians in our barracks?" which made Crocus and the others feel relieved. When they arrived at Tsaphnis's tent, Thistle went in to report and came out to say, "5 leaders, please come in. The others will wait outside for the time being." Chapter 27. More than 20 strong men rushed out from both sides and pressed Crocus and the 4 leaders to the ground. They immediately tied them up with ropes. The officers and soldiers waiting outside the door were also surrounded by the heavily armed Persia. They were holding sharp blades, spears, and large shields, and they cut down the unarmed Greeks one by one. "Congratulations, Lord Governor. Your plan has succeeded." There was laughter in the tent. The candles were lit, and the light was restored. Crocus saw Tsaphnis, Odoron's, and Thistle laughing in the center of the tent. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Tsaphnis, you despicable villain. You deceived us with lies, slaughtered my soldiers, and broke the promise you made to your supreme god, Ahura Mazda, when we signed the contract. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the gods? Aren't you afraid of the shame of your king? Aren't you afraid of the disaster that befell your family?" Ha ha ha. Tsaphnis smiled and took a glass of wine from the servant. He took a sip and walked to the mercenary leaders. He slowly said, "Crocus, let me tell you, our king returned to Persia the day after the death of Cyrus the Younger. Of course, he never gave any instructions to negotiate with you. I made that up to deceive you. As for whether the gods will punish me or not, you don't have to worry. I don't think they will," he said in a serious tone. "Mazda, if you see that I captured and killed a group of barbarians who invaded Persia's territory and slaughtered the people of Persia, you will reward me. Oh, let me tell you one more thing. I sent people to spread those rumors." Seeing the astonished look on Crocus' face, he happily drained the glass of wine in one gulp. Proxenus fiercely spat at him, but he nimbly dodged. "Liar! Coward!" Proxenus scolded. Tisiphnis was not angry at all. Instead, he said proudly, "Liar? Lie. No, no, no. I prefer to call it wisdom. Unlike you Greek barbarians who only know how to fight, we Persia prefer to use our brains to think of ways to achieve a greater victory with a smaller price, just like how I talked to you in the beginning to paralyze you. Of course, I know you will still be vigilant, but once you get used to this peaceful and stable state, you don't want to return to the tension and hostility of the past. You want to work hard to maintain peace. So, I purposely sent my soldiers to clash with the mercenaries, scolded them, fought them, and then spread rumors. If you didn't suspect me, who would you suspect?" Tisiphnis glanced at the captured leaders and said mockingly, "Let me guess, it's Menon, right? You see, I know all about the dirty things that go on inside your organization. I also know that you are a very responsible leader. The more serious the conflict between the two armies, the more worried you will be. Instead, you will take the initiative to negotiate with me. Look, not only did you take the initiative to visit me, you even gave me a big gift. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk nonsense." Crilcus roared with a red face. "Lady Tisiphonus, please spare my life. Please spare my life." Next to him, Menon struggled and begged, "Even if you make me your slave, as long as you spare me, I will persuade those stupid mercenaries to surrender to you for you. I can also conquer Asia Minor for you. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you spare my life." "Anything." Tisiphnis narrowed his eyes and seemed to be interested. "Learn to bark a few times first. Woof, woof, woof." Menon really barked with all his might. "Look, this is the barbaric Greeks. The Persia in the big tent were overjoyed." "Menon, shut up." Crilcus and the others were so ashamed that they scolded Menon. Menon turned a deaf ear and simply knelt on the ground, looking at Tisiphnis ingratiatingly. "Very good, very good." With a smile, Tisiphnis clapped her hands and walked towards Myron. Menon put his hands behind his back and squatted on the ground, sticking out his tongue and barking even more happily. Tisiphnis walked up to him and gave him a secretive smile. He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed it down hard at Menon's neck. Amidst the screams of the crowd, blood spurted out wildly, and Menon's head, which rolled to the ground, still had an expression of disbelief. "Idiot! Do you think I don't know that you desperately attacked me in front of Cyrus the Younger and even took the initiative to attack my mansion?" Tisiphnis stepped on Menon's head with his left foot, his face splattered with blood. He was as cold as a god of death. The four leaders stared blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. Even Crilcus, who had always had a grudge against Menon, had grief on his face. A kind of sadness enveloped them. "Tan this head and immediately escort it to Persia-Polis along with these four criminals for His Majesty to personally judge," Tisiphnis ordered. After the four leaders were escorted out, Socrates lamented regretfully, "If only I had listened to that young man on the way." Crilcus was expressionless and silent. "Ah, my lord, Aureus requests an audience." "Let him come in." Aureus walked into the large tent and saw the shocking pool of blood on the ground. He slowed down and heard Tisiphnis say, "That's Menon's blood. I just chopped off his head with my sword." By Rashnu, the god of good and evil in Persian mythology, this is the punishment he deserves. Aureus said hurriedly. Looking at Tisiphnis' playful smile, he quickly added, "Governor, I have sent cavalry to kill all the Greeks wandering outside the barracks, as per your orders." "Very well. I will report your achievements to His Majesty." Tisiphnis understood that he had to both deter and rope in Cyrus the Younger's troops. After all, it was an army of nearly 10,000 men, and he still had to rely on these local Persian nobles when he returned to Asia Minor. Now that the main leaders of the Greek mercenaries have been taken down, the stupid Greeks are probably in a panic and don't know what to do. You and Sist go to the Greek barracks and find a way to make these Greeks surrender. Antonios wanted the soldiers to escort the Devers to the men in barracks, because no one would dare to touch the Devers there. The Devers refused. He obeyed the soldiers' request and went to the Krilkis barracks. Because it was the vanguard, the barracks were located in the northernmost area, close to the Persia, so it would be easy to get news as soon as possible. He asked Helos to call Xenophon over, and at the same time told Antonios to return to the men in barracks to be prepared. Then he thought of something again, pulled Matones over, and whispered something in his ear. Matones looked at him in surprise and finally nodded. Watching Helos and the others leave, the Devers suppressed the nervousness in their hearts and walked to the Krilkis barracks. The soldier escorting him couldn't help but ask, "Is Krilkis really in danger?" The Devers asked, "When Krilkis is absent, who is in charge of your barracks?" "First platoon, Leader Timison." "Then you'd better go and tell him to get ready for defense." As the Devers spoke, the barracks guard pointed ahead and shouted in shock, "Look, the Persia cavalry!" The Devers and the soldiers looked back together and saw countless Persia cavalry galloping back and forth 100 meters in front of the barracks, stirring up sand and dust into the sky. Screams could be heard from time to time in the dust. The soldiers looked nervously at the Devers. Although their guess had been confirmed, the Devers didn't feel a trace of joy. War was finally coming. He also felt nervous. "Quick, go back to the camp." He called for the accompanying soldiers to quickly enter the camp and close the gate. At this moment, a soldier emerged from the dust in front of them. He covered his bleeding abdomen with one hand and stumbled over. The guards and the Devers hurried forward and brought him back to the camp. Chapter 28. The Devers saw that the wound on his abdomen was huge, and they could even see the intestines inside. They knew that his chances of survival were slim, but they could not bear to give up. They said to the soldiers beside them, "Quickly send him to the medical camp of the men in barracks. Tell them that the Devers sent him here." "Medical camp? Oh, I know," someone answered. So the soldiers carried the wounded soldier and prepared to pass through the Krilkis barracks and head south. The others looked at the Devers, not knowing what to do. The Devers said anxiously to them, "Quickly inform the garrison officers of the barracks that the Persia have broken their promise and slaughtered the Greek soldiers. The leaders who went to the talks have probably been captured by the Persia. Let them gather the soldiers and prepare for battle." The soldiers immediately ran towards their barracks. "Devers, what happened?" At this moment, Xenophon rushed to the entrance of the barracks. The Devers quickly told him what had happened. Xenophon's expression was gloomy, and his eyes were full of regret. "I tried to persuade Proxenus before, but he didn't listen, and I didn't insist. In that case, I'm afraid Proxenus—" Xenophon's trembling voice was choked with sobs. The Devers nodded silently. Xenophon looked at the Persia cavalry galloping ahead and said loudly, "We should gather the entire army immediately, attack the Persia barracks and rescue Proxenus and the others." "That's not a good idea." A strong middle-aged man walked over as he spoke. "Although the soldiers have fought with the Persia many times before, we have been living peacefully with them during this time. Now that you suddenly want to start a war with the Persia, the soldiers will find it difficult to accept it for a while, let alone besieging the Persia barracks. At least we should drive away the Persia cavalry in front. Perhaps we can even rescue some of the soldiers who have gone out." The Devers reminded. The man glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Soldiers of the men in barracks, Devers. What to do is the job of the team officers. We don't need a soldier to guide us." The man berated angrily. The Devers tactfully stopped talking. "Xenophon, go back to your barracks immediately and inform Agathia to bring his troops over immediately," he ordered. Xenophon responded and turned to walk back. The Devers immediately followed him. After asking Xenophon, they found out that the man was the adjutant of Krilkis, Timison. The gathering speed of the Krilkis barracks was very slow. The soldiers slowly came out of the tents one by one. chatting with each other while putting on their armor. Obviously, they did not know the danger they were facing. Song hurriedly stepped forward and beat and scolded them. It was not easy to gather about 500 soldiers. Before Divers and Xenophon could walk out of the Crocus barracks, the team officers of the other barracks arrived with a few soldiers. They were Clino from the Aegeus barracks, Xanthoparis from the Socrates barracks, Agathia from the Proxenus barracks. The men in barracks had the most people. Adjutant Felicius, platoon leader Antonius Capus, and so on. Of course, there was also the Helos squad among the soldiers. Their arrival gave the Devers some confidence. After everyone met up, some of the team officers still did not know what had happened. Several platoon leaders of the men in barracks, led by Antonios, asked in unison to let Devers explain the situation. The reason was that he had witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes. The officers, led by Timison, were surprised. Devers was just an ordinary young soldier. Why were all the officers in the Myron barracks treating him with so much respect? Some people looked at the Devers curiously, because some of the soldiers who went back to deliver the message announced that the Devers of the men in barracks stopped Crocus and the others from going to the Persia barracks for talks. The leaders did not listen to the oracle and suffered a disaster. Soon, everyone knew about it. Therefore, Devers faced everyone's complicated gaze and calmly explained what happened. The officers quickly came to an agreement. Immediately chase away the Persia cavalry in front of the barracks, so that the soldiers who had gone out could return safely. The soldiers began to line up, and the Devers returned to Helos's team. At this moment, Antonios, who was at the front of the line, shouted, "Devers, come to the front!" The Devers were stunned. Then Capus began to shout as well, "Go!" Helos nudged him encouragingly, and his teammates looked at him excitedly. The Devers understood. His heart beat faster, but he did not refuse. He squeezed forward with difficulty, and the soldiers took the initiative to make way for him. "Your position is here." Antonios pulled him to the left of Felicius, which was the front of the Menon army, and said to him seriously, "We may have to negotiate with the Persia in a while. We need your guidance." Antonios then said to Felicius, "Feli, take care of him for us." Felicius replied without hesitation, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Standing in the position of a phalanx commander for the first time, the Devers was both excited and a little unnatural. He turned his head to look at Felicius, who also happened to be looking at him, and gave him a gentle smile in return. Previously, the Devers had several contacts with Felicius, and through Antonios and the others, they learned some things about him. The Devers had a preliminary impression of Felicius. This 45-year-old Thessaly was a good man who was proficient in military affairs and did not like to fight for fame and fortune. It was easy to understand that the extremely controlling Menon would certainly not choose a similarly ambitious person to be his adjutant. After all, he often went out, made friends with Persia's dignitaries, and accepted some mercenary tasks. Someone had to preside over and deal with matters in the barracks, and after a long time there was a danger that the soldiers would only recognize the adjutant and not him. So the good-tempered Felicius was the adjutant he had carefully chosen. At this moment, there was no doubt that the Devers had taken advantage of this, because Felicius had no objection to the young him standing in the position of commander, and his attitude was very friendly. At the front of the barracks, the Greek mercenaries consisted of about 700 heavy infantry and 200 light infantry. The heavy infantry were in front, and the light infantry were behind. As the bugles sounded, the phalanx began to move forward slowly. The Persian cavalry did not press forward, but instead retreated backward. The sounds of fighting gradually subsided, and the dust in front of them gradually dissipated. From time to time, Greek soldiers covered in dust ran back to the barracks in a sorry state, but more of their comrades and corpses were moaning on the ground. The soldiers' sorrow and fear were increasing. "The enemy is here," Felicius said in a low voice. A Persia team appeared in front of them, slowly walking towards them. The Devers were both nervous and excited. Could it be that their first battle was about to begin? When the two armies were about 200 meters apart, a group of cavalry rushed out from the opposite side and came to the front of the Greek army. They shouted in Greek, "The Greeks on the opposite side, listen up! Let your generals and captains come forward and listen to the king's decree." There was a commotion in the Greek phalanx. The officers whispered to each other, but no one stepped forward. The tragic state of the soldiers who had just been ambushed had left a deep impression on them, and the Persia's previous behavior was alarming. The Persia shouted again, but the Greek phalanx remained calm. At this moment, a man walked out of the phalanx, holding a copper shield and a spear, and walked forward at a steady pace. "Who is that? How dare he? That's the Devers of our barracks. He's the oracle of Hades. Is it true? Oh, he's so young." The soldiers of the various battalions discussed among themselves, curiously. While the officers were still hesitating, Felicius chased after the Devers. He had promised Antonios and the others that he would ensure the Devers' safety. Xenophon also walked out of the phalanx. Even the young Devers dared to step forward, so how could he fall behind? "They're too reckless." Timicin cursed to cover up his embarrassment and strode forward. Then Xanthippus, Clino, Agathia, and a dozen other officers walked forward. The reason why Divers did this was not because he was not afraid of the Persian cavalry's attack, but because he knew that when the mercenary army was facing a disaster and the soldiers were panicking, only those who dared to take risks and take on responsibilities could be supported by the soldiers. They even forgot that he was young and inexperienced. Chapter 29. As they approached the Persia cavalry, Felicius told the Devers that the Persia in front of them were Alrius, Artazus, and Mithridate. The three of them were the most trusted subordinates of Cyrus the Younger when he was alive. The other Persia man in the middle was someone the Devers recognized. It was the previous Persia emissary Thistle. The officers stopped when they were about 20 meters away from the Persia cavalry. "Please come closer." Alrius pointed to the front of his horse. The officers did not move. Thistle could not help but mock. "Are the Greeks all so cowardly?" "Because the Persia have broken their promises time and time again, so we no longer dare to trust the Persia," Xenophon retorted. "Yes, the Persia are all shameless villains. They can even deceive the gods." Creano cursed angrily. His words resonated with the other officers, and they began to curse. "Please be quiet. Listen carefully to the king's orders," Alrius shouted. "That is your king, not ours. If you want to speak, then speak. If not, we will go back." The Devers also shouted, "We Greeks are free, unlike the Persia, who are all slaves to your king." Timicin roared, half proud and half mocking. Alrius was so angry that his nose was crooked. He turned to look at Thistle, who nodded at him. Only then did he helplessly unfold the papyrus in his hand and read loudly, "Dear Greeks, I, Artaxerxes, the lord of the Persia, the king of all races, declare that Crilchus has violated the oath and broken the truce, and the gods have punished him. Proxenus, Menon, Achilles, and Socrates, the four leaders, are receiving the highest honors from my governor, Tissavones, for exposing his plot to prevent such terrible betrayals on the road, and for safety." Alrius spoke loudly and solemnly. "I request all Greek soldiers to hand over your weapons, because the money to buy these weapons came from the rebellious Cyrus the Younger, and his money came from the Persia's treasury, so it should have belonged to me. Hand over your weapons, and I swear to the supreme god Mazda that you will reach Ionia smoothly." "Ha ha ha." Devers laughed out loud. The wolf tricked the deer into befriending them and then ate them. After tasting the benefits, the wolves wanted to trick all the deer into breaking their own horns, so that the wolves could enjoy their meat without worry. Ha ha ha. How stupid would he have to be to fall for this again? Or is there something wrong with your king's head? "How dare you?" Alrius pointed angrily at the Devers. "Those who insult the king will be burned by fire." "Enough, Alrius, you shameless bastard. And you, the closest comrades in arms of little Cyrus, Aren't you ashamed of yourselves before the gods? Creano pointed at Aureus, Artaxerxes, and Mithridate and said angrily, "You once swore to the gods to become allies with us against the king of Persia, but now you have betrayed us and worked with that heartless scoundrel Tisiphmus. Not only did you deceive Crilcus and the others, but you also tried to betray the rest of us. Even if little Cyrus is in hell, if he knows what you have done, he will definitely curse you." Aureus shrunk his neck unnaturally and subconsciously glanced at Thistle. Thistle looked as if he had nothing to do with it, so Aureus had no choice but to say, "His Majesty really wants to send you home safely because the traitor little Cyrus has received the most just punishment. You were just deceived by him. The king is merciful and does not want the land of Persia to suffer from unnecessary wars. However, according to Proxenus and the others, Crilcus has been conspiring against Lord Tisiphmus and the Persia army for more than 10 days. He has also spread rumors and tried to drive a wedge between the Greeks and the people of Persia. We have no choice but to take action against him. Since you said that Proxenus and the others have been rewarded for exposing Crilcus, then please let them come here. That way, we will be able to dispel the suspicion between us. As their leaders, they will also be able to come up with better suggestions for us to reconcile." Xenophon was still trying his best to save Proxenus. "That's right, let our leaders come here and we will believe you," the officers shouted. Ugh! Proxenus and the others accepted Lord Tisiphmus' invitation, and they are already drunk, so— Aureus stammered. Sist was getting impatient. He shouted, "The king has ordered you to hand over your weapons immediately. Only then will you be able to return home safely. Otherwise, we will no longer provide you with any help. Ares above, the Greek warriors will never give up their weapons and allow themselves to be trampled on." Timicin yelled as he knocked his spear on the bronze shield. "We will fight anyone who dares to take away our weapons." Creano shouted angrily, "Proxenus and the others can't come, not because they are drunk, but because they have been killed by you, right?" Xenophon said angrily. He had made it sound so serious to force Aureus and the others to tell the truth, but he did not expect to infuriate the officers. "The Persia want to kill us all. Avenge our leaders." The enraged officers surrounded Aureus and the others. Sist saw that the situation was not good, so he turned his horse around and ran away. Aureus and the others followed suit. After running for a while, Sist turned around and saw that they had distanced themselves from the Greeks. He was ashamed and angry when he remembered that he, a noble of Persia and a relative of the royal family, had been scared away by a bunch of Greek barbarians. He shouted, "Greeks, you have missed the best opportunity. You will regret it soon." "I don't know who will regret it when the time comes," Xenophon replied firmly. Seeing the Persia cavalry leave, everyone was worried. They were sure that the mercenary leaders would not have a good ending, and the Persia had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What should they do now? Surrender to the Persia? Even the brother of the king of Persia, Cyrus the Younger, had been brutally beheaded and had his hands chopped off. Most of the officers did not think that they would have a good ending after surrendering. They would either be killed or become slaves. The officers could not accept this choice, and it was impossible for them to accept it. Other than that, they could only choose to fight the Persia on this foreign land again. Now, they were led by the Persia on a route that they had never taken before. They were thousands of miles away from their hometown, and without the help of the Persia, they could only move forward by themselves. They did not know how many tribes and villages they would have to face, and they would have to guard against the attacks of the Persia army. The most distressing thing was that the Persia could not defeat them in a head-on battle, but they could not catch up with the Persia either. If they failed, they might be completely wiped out. Because of these difficulties, everyone was depressed and did not know what to do. When they left the camp, the soldiers were still in high spirits, but when they returned, they all sighed and looked worried. When they returned to the camp, when the officers in charge of the various battalions gathered again, Devers naturally followed beside Felicius and participated in the discussion. Of course, as a newcomer, he did not speak much and spent most of his time observing these officers. In a heated argument, it was easier for them to reveal their personalities. The hot-tempered Timicin, the shrewd Clino, the cautious Xenoparis, and Agathia, who had a good relationship with the other officers, Xenophon was much more proactive. Not only did he argue fiercely with the others many times, but he also said excitedly, "Everyone, Crilcus and the others have been captured by the Persia. We must immediately elect new leaders of each battalion to replace them, and then hold a meeting of the entire army to re-establish the soldiers' determination to fight against the Persia and the confidence that we must rely on ourselves to return home. Otherwise, if we allow this chaos to continue, we will all be finished before the Persia attack." Devers thought that Xenophon was right. Although he was still a beginner in military affairs, in his previous life he had been a village official and a leader in charge of a high-tech development zone. The number of people he had managed far exceeded these 10,000 soldiers, so he knew the importance of unity of thought and inspiring confidence in a group.